G'day folks, and welcome to the Encounters Down Under podcast. I'm your host Anthony Goodall, and I invite guests to the show to share their amazing encounters with aliens and UFOs. If you or someone you know has had an encounter down under, or anywhere in the world for our new segment Encounters Unbound, please get in touch with me via the Encounters Down Under Facebook page or email at australianUFOsightings@outlook.com.au. Be sure to join the Encounters Down Under Facebook page and YouTube channel, where you can also get involved during the live stream interviews, sharing your thoughts and opinions during the live show. Also, if you enjoyed the podcast, don't forget to give us a rating and review on your favourite listening platform. But anyway, that's enough from me. Let's get into what you've been waiting for. Kick back and relax with your favourite beverage and enjoy the show. Peter, how you going, mate? Welcome back. We tried to have a bit of a go there and a bit of a hiccup, but just, mate, great to have you on.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and as I said before, I was looking forward to this, and we can do this without YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Look, mate, there's nothing holding us back here now. Look, mate, you've had some, what would you say, bizarre encounters. Very scary. And I don't know. How would you feel you describe it throughout your whole encounters that you've had?
Um, it's I grew up in a Lebanese Maronite, Roman Catholic type of upbringing, and not strict. Like, we weren't strict, but because my dad was working overseas a lot, my mum, was the father figure, and she ran the household and that, and she'd take us to church. She's Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, and she's Lebanese but follows the Greek Orthodox faith. My dad's Maronite. So for me, it's not like I can go to family members and talk to them about this and try and get some understanding, and try and see if they've had experiences in the past. And it's not a topic that you discuss at all. So I didn't. It's it was. This is something I've never experienced before, and it obviously had a profound impact on my life. Not in the early stages, because as a kid I did see the UFO. My cousins and friends were all there. That's an experience I had that I always remembered, vividly remembered, and consciously. But I never pursued it. I didn't, get into the UFO topic because of that or anything. That came much later. I'm talking about, early 70s, and then my interest kicked off in about, mid 80s to late 80s is when I really got interested in the UFO topic. And always remembering that I had these experiences that I couldn't explain, but I just never pursued them. I didn't try to find answers or, go on a search for truth or whatever back then. And it wasn't until my 88 experience, I had the sighting with my fiance at the time. That was in February of 88. And then in July of 88, I had my full-blown abduction experience with the tall, guys with the big black eyes, and the shorter guys that look like gorillas with wearing hoods and like a monk's robe, for example. That's when my interest really kicked in. But until that stage, I didn't even look at the UFO topic. I never was in. The only thing I can say that I was exposed to was a show that was from Britain, and it was called UFO. And it was all these people wearing blonde wigs and, the weirdest haircuts. And I think it was a McLaren or some sort of Pantera or something they used as the vehicle. And that's what impressed me the most. The UFOs when they filmed the UFO, it was a hubcap thrown in the air, and you could tell, it was just really terrible special effects. But that's the extreme thing that the most extreme thing UFO related that I was exposed to. Other than that, there was nothing. Never read on the topic, just wasn't interested.
Yeah, that's right. Like, look, do you want to run us through like your first encounter there? Just basically run us through like your encounters. Like, obviously, people like might have an idea of who you are and your experiences there in the past there, but just run us through like basically your history, like just so where it got to this point in your life.
It's a long story. It's a story I've shared many, many, many times, and that's something we'll discuss later. We were talking about that earlier, but we'll discuss that later. And regarding accuracy of my story, and when people retell my story, how many things they get wrong, and it confuses a lot of issues and things like that. And that segment you played earlier, I think, was a good way to start this, because they made some comments there that weren't true, or I'm not saying they falsified anything. They just weren't being accurate or 100% fact checking things, and commenting on them. And it was that little comments like, I'll just throw a couple in there. The CSIRO conducted the test. That's not true. The biochemist, Dr. Horace Drew, worked for CSIRO at the time, and so did his wife. And for that purpose, we kept their names, well, his name, completely out of the picture for 10 years. We kept his name secret. We wouldn't share it with anyone, and people made derogatory comments saying to me, "Oh, Bill Chalker did the test in his backyard shed on the newspaper, didn't he?" And I would never, ever take the bait and reveal the scientist's name, the biochemist, because he asked me not to. And, that's why people trust me. I keep my word. And that was he's written a few books on the topic of DNA. He's an expert. He oversaw the test. He ran the testing, but it wasn't done via CSIRO. That was a big thing that I think people would have taken note of. A couple of other things, that there was no mention of the Asian female, and I know for editing purposes and time issues and that, you got to minimize certain things, but they spent a lot of time on my experience in Lebanon, the younger experience of my cousins. They went to, I thought they went over the top with the, mountains and the kids on the mountain and all that imagery. I just thought they could have cut that out, told the story, and then maybe concentrated a little bit more time on the DNA case, the 1992 case. And I don't know if it was because of don't want to offend people, or why they chose not to mention that there was an Asian female involved. But there was definitely a blonde female and there was an Asian female. And I might have made the comment and said, I'm not sexually attracted. Like some people said, oh, it's a sexual fantasy or whatever. And I said, well, first of all, I'm not sexually attracted to Asian females. Like, I find them very attractive to look at, but sexually not. So I can't see why a fantasy would play out that way if you're not interested in that type of person. But I can understand them maybe cutting that out, but they could have at least mentioned, because when they cut to Bill Chalker and he talks about the blonde DNA and the Asian DNA in the shaft, I think people found that really confusing. I would have thought, what's the Asian connection? There's this blonde female there, you got a hair sample of her. So it disappointed me, because when you look at the hair sample and you see the root gave blonde DNA and the shaft gave the Asian mitochondrial DNA, there's a link there with cloning maybe. And when I saw the blonde female, she didn't have a belly button, and I reported this in 1993 when I had a panel of people speak to me and question me. And when I said to them she didn't have a belly button, I said they were made for a reason. They asked me for what reason. I said breeding, straight out I said breeding. But yeah, to leave things like that out, telling my story annoys me, because I want to keep it consistent. I don't want people to hear different versions of my story and not know what to believe. And that's the disappointing thing about all this. It's been 31 years since the 1992 case, and people still get it wrong.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest things when we talked about when we met in Cardwell there. Like, you talked about your story there and your encounters and that, and you're very upset about the way things have traveled along with your story over the history there. And one of the biggest things I wanted to sort of make a big remark on is like trying to get the accuracy back to your story and hearing it directly from you. So
Yeah.
obviously, like you got a long story. Like you said, it's a long story with what's happened in your life so far. But obviously, with the brief rundown, we couldn't do the brief rundown there with the old doco there. So, mate, look, if you wouldn't mind, like, tell us your story there from starting from Lebanon there, and go from there if you don't mind.
Okay. I usually do it in chronological order, the years as they go, but I'm going to jump the gun here a little bit, and I'm going to comment. I'm going to start it off with when Bill Chalker was researching the book to write the book, and he was doing some research and spoke to my family. For the first time in my life, I heard what I heard, and I was stunned. And he was talking to my brothers, to my family, and my mum walked in the room, and she said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "Oh, Bill's asking questions about Peter's experience when he had that experience here." And my mum was like, "Oh, when I was a kid, we used to see things all the time, but our parents would always tell us they're Israeli spy planes, or, it's Israelis spying around. That's what you see." And she said, "But there was one incident I never forget to this day." She said, "Peter was 20," and she remembers this vividly. She said, "Peter was 22 days old, and I was breastfeeding him at 3 o'clock in the morning." She said, "I was sitting on my bed." This is in Lebanon, mind you. And she said she was sitting on the bed at 3 o'clock in the morning, breastfeeding me. And she looked out the window and she saw an alien, a person that doesn't belong there, wasn't Middle Eastern looking. This person had milky white skin, white hair parted way on the side, large blue eyes, and really, really like friendly looking features. She wasn't scared or put off at all. And she made the point, she commented and made a point of that. She said, "He wasn't perving at me. He was looking at my son." She said, "He had eyes for my son." And she said, "What woman in Lebanon in 1964 wouldn't freak out that some guy's looking at her through the window?" But I didn't. She said, "I just was completely calm and I fell asleep." And then in the morning, she went and spoke to my uncle about it. He's one of the two security guards in the town, and he did some, asking around to see. We live on the coast, and there's two cement ports there, and a lot of foreign ships come in, load up, and go, and a lot of their staff come off onto land and go shopping. So you see some foreigners there, but this was at 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was no ships docked on the ports, so there was no foreigners in town. Yeah, she threw that out of nowhere, and it sort of shocked me at the time. And now I regret. Now I know Bill has documented it in written form, but straight away I should have sat her down and recorded it video, because now my mum has dementia, and I kick myself every day for not, getting that documented via video. But that's that's something that why I'm throwing this in is to let people know that I've had lifetime experiences. Over my whole life I've had experiences, and it seemed to have started when I was really young. 22 days old, my mum sees what she calls an alien looking through the window watching me. So it kicks off from that, and then I was about 7 years old, and it was summer in Lebanon. We were off school on holidays, and we're playing around in the street as kids do, and it's a quiet street. It's not like busy with many cars and that. You might get 4 or 5 cars a day going through there. And one of the kids called out, "Let's go play up on the roof." And it might sound strange to people living here, you've got tiled roofs and that, you can't go and play on the roof. But in Lebanon on the coast, they're all flat roofs, and they have cubby houses up there. They have grapevines and barbecue areas and entertainers, stuff like that. People sleep up there most of their summer. So it was an everyday occurrence. You go up on the roof and play. So yeah, as we ran across the road, we entered the property, went through the gate, and I noticed as we entered through the gate that my little cousin was behind me. She was about a year and a half younger than me, I think. So I let her run through. I actually put my hand behind at the back and pushed her in front of me and let her go in front of me, and I didn't want it to be last. So we've run up through the door, up the stairs, first flight of stairs, second flight of stairs, and then we're on the landing. And when you look onto the roof, there's a solid security door. It's on a steel frame, and it's about, I'd say, 4 inches off the ground. And it's a heavy, solid door. And anytime we played up on that roof, when you walked through or ran through, whatever, whoever pushed the door open in front of you, that door, because of its weight, would just come straight back to close. It never stayed open. So as we're running through, I'm at the back. I can see 1, 2, 3. I'm seeing all these kids running through, and every time I looked at the door, I'm thinking it's going to come back and hit one of them, and their arms aren't out. They're not going to stop it. That's how I was processing it. Anyway, they've run through and they're on the roof now. I've stepped through the frame of the security door, and I had my arms out in front of me because I knew eventually it's going to come back and bounce and hit me, and it didn't. It stayed open. And as I've stepped onto the roof between them, I was between my cousins now and my friends. I noticed that none of them were moving. They were just like statues, like mannequins. And I thought, okay, it's a game we're playing, and I'm in, and they're all pretending, they can't, whatever. So I started to tickle them. And this is something I never thought about till actually today. I was just having a rest, and it sort of ran it through my head. We ran across the road. We ran up 2 flights of stairs. We ran onto the roof, and then they stopped, and then there was nothing. It just like a mannequin. There was no breathing. When your heart's racing and you're running, it's hard to just switch off. And I didn't see anything. I didn't see movement. I didn't see breathing. Even that glitter, that glow in your eye. You look at someone, you can see life in their eye. I couldn't see that. And I started to tickle them, and I wasn't getting any reaction at all. I wanted to see them, smile, move, do something. Nothing. So there was another kid who was probably 2.5, 3 years older than us, and he was taller than me. So I went up and tickled him, nothing. And I went to tickle him under his throat, and I went to tickle under there. And as I looked up, I saw an object above us, which was X-shaped with the pointy end up and the rounded end on the lower part. And it had the whole front of it was a tinted, it's almost like a computer screen when switched off, or a TV screen. Dark tint, oval shaped tint. And it was tinted enough that I could see inside, and I could see 2 figures, very thin, very tall, very skinny, but no features. I couldn't see, eyes, size of the eyes, or nose or mouth. I couldn't see anything like that. I just saw a silhouette. And the way they were sitting, it wasn't like a pilot would sit in a helicopter. They were leaning forward. They were in a leaning position, and it seemed they would look at each other, and then they would look towards us. And to me, it seemed like they were confused or not understanding what's going on. I think I was supposed to freeze like the rest of them, and I didn't. And that's why I was able to see it. And whether it was that everyone got abducted, taken or not, or just me or maybe them, I don't know. But what I remember is, as I'm looking at this thing, I knew I wasn't looking at a helicopter. I can tell you that much, because we saw them every day almost. They'd fly over, Israeli helicopters would, and they drop propaganda material, even Lebanese army helicopters. And we'd see the guys sitting on the side of the helicopter, with their legs hanging out on the landing pads, and they just wave at us, or they'd throw some coloured material, paperwork and that, and we'd run around. We didn't care what was written for the propaganda. We just collected the colours, different coloured papers. So yeah, I knew exactly what a helicopter looked like. This was no helicopter. And as I'm looking at it, and I'm trying to see if any of my friends, so I can show them, I can point to it, but no one was paying any attention to me. And I noticed it dropped about 5 meters. Originally, it was about 20 meters. It dropped a couple of meters, and then it dropped few seconds or a minute later, it dropped another few. So I'd say at this stage it was about maybe 10 to 15 meters above us. So it wasn't, I couldn't have reached out and touched it. Maybe it's a figure of speech, but I could have probably thrown a rock and hit it, no doubt. But yeah, I honestly, I knew that I was looking at something that wasn't an everyday occurrence that you see. That's a technology that's made by man. Even though I was 7 years old, I still knew that this was something really, really strange. But growing up in Lebanon in 64 and 70s, you didn't have anybody to talk to about this stuff. There was no internet to do research and that. So it was just a closed, an experience. Now, while we were up on the roof, we didn't realize what was going on, but some time had gone by. And then I'm looking at this object, and then when it dropped, when it was about 15 meters above us, say, I noticed it dropped a second time, and then bang, just like a snap of the fingers. We were downstairs on the bottom floor, and this is eight children. Some of us were sitting, some of us were standing, and we're all looking at each other, questioning, how did we get here? We were up on the roof. Like not one of us had a memory of how we got down to the bottom floor. We're sitting on the bottom steps. We couldn't figure out how that happened. And as we're asking each other, where someone would make a comment like, we were just on the roof. And then go, yeah, how did we get here? And then we'd hear our parents calling out to us outside on the road, and that they're screaming out our names. And then one of the kids sticks their head out the door and he goes, we're here, we're here. So the parents come out, three parents, and there was 8 kids. So there was a couple of brothers and sisters. And so, most of the parents were there. And they said, where have you been? And they started to question where we'd been. And we said, we're up on the roof playing. And they were like, no, you weren't. And we're like, yes, we were. And they're like, no, you weren't. Smack. And you'd get a smack on the backside, by one of your parent would smack you. And we're like, well, why are you smacking us? And they're like, we've been looking for you for over 2 hours, nearly 3 hours, calling out your names. If you were on the roof, you should have heard us. You should have replied. Why didn't you reply? And I think they assumed that we might have been up to no good, maybe playing, children's naughty games or something. I don't know. But they were really upset with us that we didn't reply and that. And then they questioned whether we had been to some guy's house who they thought, did inappropriate things with kids. They questioned that, and we said, no, we've been on the roof the whole time, but they couldn't understand it. So we all got grounded for it. We couldn't, for the rest of the week, we couldn't go out and play. That was the first experience that I can say I remember consciously, and I don't need hypnotherapy to remember. Look, for me, what I don't remember, I've had Frank Wilkes try to delve into it a little bit. I'm not too big on hypnotherapy. I like to go with my conscious recall, and that's why I've only been through 3 different hypnotherapy sessions with 3 different people, only because I wanted to basically be the guinea pig and see how these guys operated, because we were going to refer people to them. And one of the people who put me under was actually Professor John Mack from Harvard. And John was such a professional, and he was really impressed with my case, and we ended up being really good friends, and he became like a father figure to me. And it was a very, very sad day when we lost him. And he was making some inroads in the field, and a lot of people were starting to pay attention, and he was taken too soon, unfortunately. But yeah, like with me, I try and stick with my conscious recall, and I don't try and embellish it by adding what I remember through hypnotherapy and so on. And so yeah, anyway, that was the only thing I can remember in Lebanon. And then in 73, we migrated out to Australia, and my first experience in Sydney, Australia, was in 1988. My fiance at the time and I were sitting in the car. It was actually Valentine's Day, and she was going to Queensland a week earlier than me. I was going to meet her there a week later. And we were discussing that, and I was sitting in the driver's seat with my back to the door, and she was sitting in the driver's seat in the passenger with her back to the door. So we're just looking at each other, and we're talking, and something just said to me, look outside. I don't know what it was. It was like a urging. And I bent my head back and stuck it out the window. And I saw what I would say grapefruit size, pure white in color, a ball, an orb. And it was traveling from north to south. And as it got near the Southern Cross, it got to the top star and just stopped. It was moving at incredible speed, and then it just stopped on, like, full stop in one spot. We watched it hover there for a few seconds, probably I'd say 20 seconds. It just hovered there really bright, and then all of a sudden it started shooting a beam of light. I wouldn't say it was a rounded beam of light. I would say it looked like it had edges, so it looked like it was a flat beam of light, and then it'd appear in 2 places at once. And then it'd disappear from point A, and then point B would shoot a beam of light, and then it'd appear in two places at once, and then it'd disappear from point B. And then, but what it was doing, it was always in a triangular formation, but it was zigzagging all over. It was like it'd go back and forth, backwards, but always in a triangular formation. It was really dazzling to look at, and we sat there stunned. I even got a cardboard out of my car and sort of rolled it up just to tunnel my vision so I can cut out some, just to get a better look. And we were saying to each other, thousands of people have to, everybody in Sydney well, most people in Sydney who were outside at the time and maybe looked up, or something caught their attention like it caught mine. Other people had to have seen this. And she made a comment actually, and she said, it looks like a wall with the stars, like Star Wars. And I said to her, no, it looks like it's searching for something. Now that was, you got to remember, I hadn't done any research. I hadn't looked into anything like this. I didn't. Now I think that it was traveling so fast that it appeared at two places at once, and it was going faster than the speed of light. So there you go. That, you know, but I didn't know that at the time. I just thought it looks like it's searching for something. I looked at it as a search beam, but this thing would always jump on that beam and be at two places at once. And yeah, it was just really interesting to look at. And we thought we'd see it in the newspapers the next day. We thought it'd be, you know, all over the media, and there was nothing, just nothing at all about it. I'm sure someone would have had to have seen it, but maybe they didn't report it.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? Like, you know,
yeah,
you see
well, I
something that's
didn't
actually
report
incredible,
it.
no one ever sees it.
Yeah, I didn't report it to anyone. I didn't know who to report it to if I wanted to, you know. I didn't know there were UFO groups out there or anything like that. I just looked in the papers and, you know, checked the radio, stuff like that, to see if anyone commented or reported, but there was nothing. And then that was my exposure to it in Australia, and I found it really interesting. I thought, it doesn't look man-made. The way it was moving, I've never seen anything move like that. So yeah, it caught my attention. And then in March, I got attacked at a job site by three guys. They had used, we weren't there for 3 days, we were off the job, and when we went back, they had actually destroyed a lot of tradesmen's tools and equipment. They used them and abused them and just never cleaned any, like they really trashed a lot of expensive things that, you know, you use, equipment and so on. And I'm talking, you know, machines that cost like $3,000 were damaged, and they didn't give a damn. And I didn't fuss up about it. All I said was, you know, who used them? I just want to speak to the person who used them. And without even seeing anything coming, mate, all I know is this guy throws a knife and it hits me straight in my chest. And I look down and I see this knife sticking out of my chest, and your first instinct is to pull it out and throw it, you know, and some people might use it against him, but my instinct was just throw it, and I can handle them with my hands if they want to fight. And one guy grabbed a shovel and ran at me. I blocked the shovel when he swung at me. He dropped the shovel and ran, and then a guy from behind me hit me on the head twice. And the third time I turned and saw it coming, and I blocked it and fractured my thumb, and I had my arm cut up open with glass and so on. So I got pretty badly injured. And this leads to my experience and why I was home at the time. So yeah, I had head injuries. I had two bad cuts on my head. You know, I had the chest injury. So I was recovering. I was at home recovering, and I was off work for a couple of years because of that. So yeah, I spent a bit of time at home. Sorry. And one day in July, 23rd of July, 1988, I'm lying in bed in the morning, and that's the thing people get wrong too. I don't understand. A lot of people comment on my case. Oh, it's sleep paralysis. Oh, you know, he was dreaming. All kind of things. And I got to remind people, it happened at between 7 and 7:15 in the morning, because I got up in the morning, drove my wife at the time. We had just got married. We got married in 1990, and moved into the house. We had been here for 2 years. Now, prior to that, we had some activity, which you might say ghost, poltergeist, whatever. And that was a lot of heavy footsteps, a lot of knocking, and she saw a full-figured apparition in the house that looked like she described it like Abraham Lincoln with a, you know, the top hat, a beard, wearing a tailcoat, all in black, like an undertaker. And it walked. Oh well, I just left to go and pick up some stuff, ingredients that she needed for cooking, and she thought that I forgot something in my wallet or something. Came back to grab it, and she looked back and she saw this man walk across. It was an arch, and in one room, and he walked across the lounge room and headed towards this mirrored wall that led to another bedroom, where later on I used to always get scratches on my legs when I slept there. So anyway, there was some activity prior to that. We knew from day one when we were here, the first night we were here, we heard footsteps walk straight up to us and then stop about 2 meters from us, right? We were sitting down, we had pizza on the floor, we didn't have any furniture, we were just painting the place, and we had a pizza box on the ground, and we were sitting down, and the footsteps came all the way. You should see the look on her face. I wish I took a photograph. It would have told you the whole story. She's looked at me with fear because she thought someone's in the house. She thought it might have been squatters or something. And then these footsteps just came right in front of us, but there was no one there. So yeah, there had been a bit of activity. So anyway, July 23rd, she asked me to drive her to the train station just up the road, which is like a 3-minute drive. And I got out of bed. I was feeling fine. There was nothing wrong with me. I wasn't ill. I wasn't feeling sick or anything, although, you know, I had head injury. I was suffering from it, but I was recovering. I was getting there. As I'm driving, the further I got from home, the more sick I would get. And I would just open the car door and just stick my head out, and there was just this green, fluorescent blue or green stuff would come out of me. I don't know what it was. I didn't eat anything that would cause that. So I couldn't explain it, but I was getting, the more further I got from home, the sicker I got. Dropped her off. She was like, go to bed, go home, go to bed, just relax. On the way home, obviously I pulled up again. I'm vomiting on the way. But the closer I got to home, the less sick I felt. And then I opened my front door. I walked in and walked straight into, I didn't go anywhere in the house. I walked straight back into my bedroom. Now, this would have been about 7:05 in the morning at this stage. And I got into bed, and I'm thinking, you know, oh, I've been vomiting. Maybe my stomach's upset or something. I'll just lie down. I lie in bed, and it was July, so I was wearing tracksuit pants and a sloppy Joe. I lay in bed. I put the quilt on top of me, and I'm laying, and I just rest my head on the pillow. And as my head's rested on the pillow, I feel something jump on the bed, like a heavy-set dog or a big dog, say. But we didn't have any pets at the time, not even a cat. And it quickly caught my attention, and straight away I sat bolt upright. But I thought when I opened the door, maybe a cat snuck in, and it's got to be a bloody big cat. But that's how I was thinking. I thought maybe something snuck in. So I sat bolt upright, and as I sat up, there's this blonde female sitting, straddling me on top of me. I was no longer under the quilt. I was on top of the bed. And there was this female completely naked and straddling me. And I knew it wasn't a dream. I was awake. And as I sat up, when I went to sit up, my astral body, I've got to throw in a couple here because religious people might take my soul, whatever you want to call it. I saw an image of me, a transparent image of me, come out of my body and sit up before me. And then as I'm looking at this sit up, and it's sat straight up, I can see through that, I can see the blonde female, full figured blonde female, not, you know, a shimmering ghostly image. This is a real figure person right there. And as I sat up, as my body sat up and I became one, I joined back with my soul, or my astral body. Instantly she cupped the back of my head with both her hands. She put her hands like that, like behind the back of my head, and pulled me to her left breast. I resisted. I put my hands against her. I felt her body. I pushed against her, and I moved away, and she did it again, pulled me next to her again. And that's when I noticed there's also an Asian female on the bed next to us. She's kneeling down, and she's like watching. She's just looked like she was just in it, like learning or just monitoring or something, but she was full gaze, you know, fixed on me, on what's going on between me and the female. And She's pushed me a second time towards her, and I resisted again, pushed back against her. And then the third time, she pushed me into her breast, used, I'd say, super strength, because no matter how hard I tried to push away from her, I couldn't push her away. I couldn't push my body away from her even. And that irked me a little bit, actually. She was stronger than me. But she buried my face in her breast. Now, some people say I bit. Oh, what type of person bites someone, you know? I've had a lot of partners in my life. Ask them, have I ever bitten them, you know? But what happened was she buried my face in her breast. I couldn't breathe. And I'm claustrophobic at the best of time. I hate lifts. I hate being confined in a room where I can't open a door. It doesn't matter how big the room is. If I can't get out, it annoys me. So I couldn't breathe. And I wasn't thinking sexual at the time. I wasn't thinking, oh, this is a sexual experience that, you know, I enjoy it, Peter, go for it, you know, wow, every guy's dream. I wasn't thinking like that. I was just like, what the hell is happening here? How did you get in here? What? And then anyway, as my face is buried in her breast, I can't breathe. So I just took the little nick, like I'd say a pinch. You can pinch someone. I pinched with my teeth. And I was able, I think it shocked her a little bit. I was able to push away from her. But when I looked, I didn't see a mark. I didn't see blood. I didn't see anything. But I swallowed something. And now I believe it was some sort of tablet, maybe. And I'll get to that later. But I did swallow something. And at first I thought it was a bit of the flesh. Maybe I did bite some skin or something. But as soon as it hit the back of my throat, it was like I drank a bottle of acid, and it was just burning, like it was the most excruciating, annoying feeling. And I start coughing, and then straight away I look up at her, and I see her with a shocked look on her face. Her eyes were wide open, and she looks over at the Asian female next to her. The Asian female would have been to her left. She's looked over at her, and she was like, I picked this up telepathically. It wasn't voices in my head. It was more a feeling. It was more a knowing. And I could hear, something's gone wrong. He's done this wrong. Something's gone wrong. It's not like the last time. Something's gone wrong. So I know now that I think they lost control. And I honestly believe that's why a lot of people don't remember their experiences. I think they interact with us on an astral level. And when we get physical, when we're involved in that experience and our physical body gets involved, I think that's when people remember it. That's when they have that memory. And that's why people have snippets of memories, you know, or flashbacks of memories. But anyway, I could hear them communicating telepathically, and I could tell that the Asian female was like instructing or like agreeing with her, yes, something's gone wrong, sort of thing. So I picked up on their communication, but also she was communicating stuff to me. But it was as if you recorded someone and played it 10 times speed. And I kept saying, I knew it was for me, like I could tell, but I kept saying in my mind, I'll never remember this. Never will I in my life remember this. This is just too much. And I was getting the thing in my head like, you'll remember, you know, you'll remember. And I'm thinking, no way. But anyway, I start coughing. I'm having coughing fits, and I start coughing. I cough. I'm looking down, coughing. I look up, and they're vanished. They're gone. Just as quick as they arrived, I never saw them again. I don't know how they left. I didn't see them go through walls or ceilings or just evaporate. I don't know how they left. But 1 second they were there, and the next they weren't. And then I'm coughing. I'm having these terrible coughing fits. So I decide to go into the kitchen, grab some Lebanese bread, I thought, and just eat some bread, you know, have a drink of water. It might help wash this thing down. And it's scratching. My throat is so scratched and so sore. So I go in the kitchen, I eat a bit of bread, and I drink water, and it was the worst thing I could have done. It was like I poured fire on top of the acid, and it just inflamed the whole thing. And I had a coughing fit for about 20 minutes. And every time I coughed out after that, it'd be between 10, 20-minute coughing fits. And if you cough for 10, 15, 20 minutes, your organs, your body, your insides will ache like you've never ached before. I reckon they could use that as torture. I couldn't believe the pain I was going through with these coughing fits. But anyway, I couldn't get rid of it. So anyway, I had the urge to go use the bathroom. So I went into the bathroom. I just wanted to pee. And as I stood there, and as every man knows, you get a build up and you get release. And when I got that build up, it was like, it felt like my penis had been slashed 100 times with a razor. It just was so excruciating, painful. And when I looked, I thought it was actually, I thought I was going to see cuts on there, you know. And when I had a look, I noticed that there were two hairs. One was like it was S shaped, and the other one was like a C shape, but half wrapped around. I'm sorry, I've been a bit maybe too much details, but
That's
yeah,
fine,
one
mate.
was
That's
like
fine.
one was embedded in an S shape, and the other one was sort of half around. But they were really embedded into my penis, and when I tried to remove them, I was crying. I had tears running down my. It was painful. I mean, I'm trying to pull these things off. I thought they're going to come off easy, but they were embedded in. And as I pulled them off, they were cutting me. And I think that's why it felt like I was cut with razors. As I pulled them out, oh my God, the pain was so bad. But I just, as I did it, I could see that they were leaving a mark. They were leaving an exact mark shape of the way they were. And it's like you put your fingernail in your skin and pull it out, you'll see that indentation. That's what it was like. And people have said to me, oh, well, you should have taken a photo. Why don't you take a photo? I mean, come on, guys, really? And you know what? Mobile phones cameras weren't all over the place at the time. And maybe if I had a mobile phone with a camera, I might have, for my own purposes, not to show to anyone, but just as a record for me to have as more evidence. But yeah, so anyway, I walked out. I knew exactly where they came from. I had no doubt in my mind. I went and got a plastic bag. I put them in it. I sealed it. I wrote a note on it, and I put it away. And it was just, you know, filed away, and that's it. I sat down in about 15, 20 minutes, maybe up to half an hour, I'd say, after this happened. I sat down in the lounge room, and I rang my wife at work. And she answered the phone, and I'm talking to her. And she said, "Who's this?" I said, "It's your husband, Peter." She goes, "Oh my God, Pete," because I can't even, it doesn't sound like you. And I understand that my throat would have been so scratched that it affected my voice a bit. But she said, "It doesn't even sound like you. I wouldn't have even picked it." And I started coughing. I had another coughing fit as I was talking to her. And I said, "Look, I'm not ready to talk to you about this, but when I do, just relate this coughing that you're hearing me cough, just relate it to my story and you'll understand what I mean." And it took me 3 weeks. It took me exactly 3 weeks. I think it was around the 21st of August or something. Yeah, almost a month, just over 3 weeks before I built up the courage to talk to her about it. And she's always been supportive, you know, like she wasn't gonna, you know, tell me that I'm delusional or something like that. She knows me, and she knew I don't make up stories like that. So anyway, I said to her, "Look, when I'm ready to tell you, I'll tell you." And it took me almost up to a month, over 3 weeks to tell her. And when we sat down, I spoke to her about it. I said, "Do you remember those coughing fits I was at?" And it lasted 3 days, the coughing fits. And for 3 days, I'd cough for 20 minutes every time, and it'd be a gap, a couple of hours, and I'd cough. It was really bad, painful. But anyway, we sat down, we're talking about it, and I said, "Look, there were two females. This, you know, I ran the story that I just told you." And she was like, "Okay, what are we going to do about it?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, I said, "Aren't you upset?" Like, I felt guilty, to be honest. That's why it took me 3 weeks. I felt like, not that I called girls or hookers to my house when my wife left at 7 o'clock in the morning and had someone here to do something, you know, but I felt guilty. I thought, you know, there was two females in my bed, and any woman is going to take it a bit, you know. But she was like, "No, what are we going to do about it?" She said, "It's not like you rang someone and brought them to your house. This thing happened to you. Obviously, there's a reason, you know, let's look into it." And that's when I decided to call some psychologists and psychiatrists and some counselors. And everybody I spoke to for about, I reckon, a period of about 18 months, everybody I spoke to, as soon as I'd say, like, they're talking to me normal, they're about to make an appointment with me, and then I'd say, look, I don't want to waste your time and mine, but I want to talk to you about something that there was a presence in my room. There were, you know, there was two beings in my room. Oh, no, we don't deal with that. Sorry, I hang up on you. They wouldn't even refer you anywhere. They just hang up on you. I thought, okay. Anyway, I'm talking to one psychologist in Queensland, and he said to me, look, I've heard a few stories lately like this the last couple of years, similar. He said, I think it's UFO related. You need to speak. There's a group in Sydney forming. They're forming. You're having a meeting next week, and they're going to name their group or whatever. It's a new group. Why don't you attend and speak to them? And I did just that. And I went there with two female friends of mine, and we sat down, listened to, you know, the introduction. They're going to start this group, and they wanted to name the group. And they ran a competition, and whoever named the group got a gift of 3 books, I think it was. And myself and the two ladies with me, we won the naming, and they gave me 3 books, and then I handed one each to them, you know. That was my introduction to UFO groups. And then I attended another meeting, the second meeting I attended, and there was this real energy, bad vibe about this person, this man called Bill Chalker. They didn't want him at the meeting. They didn't want him attending. It was a public meeting, mind you, in a public hall where people pay their ticket and come in. It wasn't invite only. And they were just, you know, and they were telling me that this guy is a debunker. He's a skeptic. He works for the government. He's against UFOs. And, you know, and to be honest with you, they were more against abductions than other people were, because they wanted to concentrate on lights in the sky. And, you know, in 1961, someone saw a dot in the sky, and they saw it for 2 seconds and reported it. That's it. They didn't want to go towards the alien abduction stuff because they thought it was a can of worms, and it was incredible. They didn't want to go near it. So out of this first main big meeting, I get called up, and I'm appointed the alien abduction coordinator. And I was like, I don't even know what's happened to me. How am I going to talk to other people and help them? But, you know, over a couple of years, I got a bit of experience. Then I did an interview, met Bud Hopkins personally, did an interview with him, and I remember asking him, would a person in my position who's had the experience be helpful in a support group environment? And he said, you'd probably be more helpful than anyone because you can relate to these people. And that rang a bell with me. And, you know, I'm a pretty strong, confident person that I can handle my own issues, and I can offer help to others, and I have. And so, yeah, it sort of gave me a reason, a cause. You know, I wanted to find the truth, of course, but at the same time, I wanted to give the alien abduction phenomena or subject a bit more credibility than what these ufologists were giving it. They weren't even giving it, you know, 2% of it being real. And you know, there's a saying, they say, if a UFO reports, out of all the reports in the world, if there's 1% that's real, then we have a, you know, subject to look into. And I say the same about abductions. All the claims in the world, if there's 1% of these abductions that are real, then we have a really interesting phenomenon to look into. But it was a real battle for me to run that side of the group, that little group. And they didn't want to have a bar of it. And then as soon as Bud Hopkins came out, everybody became interested in the UFO and the abduction phenomena. And they tried to hijack the group and so on. So we just left, and we started our own group, a separate group. And I was fortunate enough to do that, because with that came a lot of professionals on board, psychologists, psychiatrists, a couple of hypnotherapists, some counselors. We were blessed. We were honestly blessed. We had a couple of doctors, and one of the doctors, his daughter and he have had their own experiences. It was a really good mix of people. And for about 15 years, we did remarkable work, educating the public, sending information to schools. I'd have university students call in asking for paperwork and info. We did all that, you know, newsletters going out, just to try and get the message out there that these things are happening. And over the years, Bill Chalker and I used to avoid him at the meetings, to be honest with you. I'd walk past Bill. I wouldn't even want to sell him a raffle ticket because everyone told me he's against everything I was going through. And so one day I just thought, you know what, I'm going to give this guy a chance. So we spoke and we hit it off ever since, and we've become best mates. Bill ended up writing the book, Hair of the Alien. And, I tell people, if Bill is a debunker, why would he write the Oz Files and present some of Australia's best cases on there that he's researched? Why would he write Hair of the Alien and put the case out there with evidence? You'd try and hide all that. You wouldn't put it out there if you want to debunk something. But anyway, one day Bill and I were doing an interview for a documentary. Two female producers were at my house and they were talking about this documentary. And one of them said, and I think it was going to air on Channel 7, and one of them said, you know what, Peter, if this really is happening to people, then there must be some evidence. Look at sexual assault case. There's always evidence. There's, pubic hair, or there's sperm, or there's blood. There's something. There's always something left behind. And I just jumped to my feet and I said, you want to see evidence? I'll show you evidence. I went, grabbed the sample, walked out. It was still in that bag. And I showed it to them, and they looked at it and they read my little notes on there, blonde female, Asian female, all this stuff. And then Bill looks at it, and Bill said to me, why haven't you talked to me about this? I said, Bill, my 1988 experience is hard enough. This is a whole can of worms on its own. This is just way, way, way too much. And because of the sexual aspect, I was just starting to get credibility in the field. And that was based on my 1988 experience. I had an experience in 1996. I'll come back to that in a minute. Actually, I'll talk about this and now I'll come back to this point. 1996, 2 weeks before Professor John Mack came out, I didn't know John was coming out. I got called from Dr. Paddy Barton from the Transpersonal Association called me. They were holding a conference and John Mack was coming out, and they wanted him to work with some abductees, alien abductees. And they asked if I knew anyone or would I be happy to talk to him. And I said, yeah, of course I would, And anyway, not 2 weeks before 2 weeks before I got the phone call about it, I had an experience where I'm lying in my bed. I see a group of aliens coming through. That's the short, hooded ones that look like, the Whitley Strieber guys, the gorilla-looking ones, and robust, demonic-looking, you could say, coming through the mirror, and they're coming straight at me, and I thought it was a whole bunch of them, but their reflection obviously was, also I was counting their reflections, so it was only 3 of them, and they come to my bed and levitated me and took me straight out into the hallway. My brother, sorry, I'm jumping. Sorry, they've taken me through the mirror in my wardrobe, and I was thinking, this is the funniest dream I've ever had. I'm like, oh my God, when I wake up from this dream and remember, I'm going to laugh so hard. But as I'm going through the mirror, I could see the first being go through, and like a little shimmer, nothing much. And then my feet went through, and straight away I felt like I was going through jelly, like basically warm type of thick substance, and it reminded me of jelly, but not as thick, like I could just float through it. And as my body was going through it, I was looking at my reflection in the mirror. I was looking at my face, and the shock that I had on my face, I was in total shock at what was going on. And as I went through in my head, my face came right up to the mirror. I could see the shocked look on my face, and I went through, and I remember this, like, warm, fuzzy feeling. That's it, nothing more. And then I wake up in my bed. All I can say is I know it happened, but I don't know where I was taken. I don't know what happened when I was taken. I don't know how long I was taken for. Similar to my 88 experience that happened at my parents'. I don't remember where I was taken. I don't remember how long. My brother and I worked it out because we were watching a TV show. So that was in 1988, when I had that experience at my parents with the tall goldish coloured guys with the black eyes and the little hooded guys. It actually petrified me, because I thought the hooded guys were demonic, they were evil. And I thought, oh my God, I'm 23 years old, I'm going to die, and these beings are going to take me like I'm taking my soul. My parents will come in, they'll either find me paralyzed because I couldn't move, or I'll be in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. And I had the guys at the foot of the bed, one guy at the foot of the bed and two to the right side of my bed. And they terrified me. They absolutely terrified me. And I was trying to get up and want to fight. And I've done martial arts. I've played footy. I've done kickboxing. And all I wanted to do was get up and throw punches and kicks at these, whatever was in my room. And I couldn't move. And then I noticed on the left side of the bed, there were two taller, much more peaceful looking, I'd say, angelic looking maybe, tall with the big black eyes. And one of them is telling me to relax, because I was freaking out at one point. And then I look into this being's eyes, and it was like he hypnotized me instantly, and I felt totally calm. And it took like a second or two, I was totally calm. And then I hear him say telepathically, calm down, relax, we're not going to harm you, it'll be like the last time, calm down, relax. And he puts this needle, it was like a optic fiber with a light on the tip, flexible, and he put it to this part of my head right there, and I blacked out. I don't remember being taken or whatever, but my brother remembers. This is why I'm mentioning it, just briefly going back to this. My brother remembers me being taken through the hallway, and he's sitting in a chair and he can't move, he's paralyzed. He put it down as to he felt like he'd been switched off, and he saw me being levitated, like floating on my back, floating through the hallway with three beings around me. And that's exactly what happened to me in 1996. I had three, and they levitated me out. I don't know if it takes three to do that or how they do it, but twice I've been levitated, and I'm not even aware of it. But definitely my brother witnessed that and spoke to Bill Chalker about it. Other experiences I've had in 2008, I had an experience where I'm jumping from one to the other, I know, but I'm just trying to cover so many different things. 2008, I had an experience, and that's probably had, this whole experience has had a profound, it's changed my whole life, basically. It's had a big impact on me. And this particular one in 2008 affected me the most. And the reason it affected me, because I felt someone else's helplessness. I felt someone else going through what I'm going through, or what I had been going through, and looking at it from that way, it really upset and hurt me. Okay, I remember being taken on a craft, and then we get to, we're up high, I could see the stars and that. And then we pull up to what looked like a building, a white building. And this building was pure white again, bright white, and it had black windows, and the windows were, they were narrow, long windows, but there was a lot of them. And we got to almost the top floor, level with the top floor, and I could see both the where I was, whatever I was in, was moving closer and closer and closer to that building. Now that I think of it, it's like it was almost like it was docking, like the space station where things would dock there. It's similar to that, but my next memory is I'm levitating face down, and I'm coming down through the ceiling. I've gone through the ceiling, and as I'm looking, as my face punches through that ceiling and I'm going through it, I'm in someone's bedroom, or I see a bed, and I see a female lying in that bed, and I'm gradually dropping down, slowly, but gradually, and I'm inches away from her face. I'm right on top of her, and I could see the look in her face of confusion, and she was scared. Like I could feel that. And I remember being probably 6 inches away from her face, and I looked at her and I saw her tears run down her face. And I remember we just mouthing off to her. And I don't know how I did this, because I don't think I had control, but I actually thought it and said it. And I said to her, I looked her right in the eyes and I said to her, I'm so, so, so sorry. And I said it like I meant, I said, I am so, so, so sorry. And I felt every bit of her pain, and that has really annoyed the hell out of me ever since. And people have said to me, "Oh, you should try and find her." And why? What for my curiosity, and to fill in some gaps with me, I'm going to go and open a can of worms again for someone who may not be able to deal with it or doesn't want to. Why would I go and pursue that unless they contacted me? But funny thing, I was reading a book by Richard Boylan, I believe it was, and I'm reading a story, and he mentions this woman that was lying in her bed, and she saw a guy come down through the ceiling and levitate above her, and she said that she cried, and she's. When I read that, it gave me. I freaked out, and I thought, whoa. She actually said, the guy said, "I am so, so, so sorry." And she said it so 3 times, which is how I said it 3 times. And when I looked, I was like, whoa, this is just too close to home. I mean, maybe it's happened to other people as well, but that hit home with me. And that affected me more than any experience I've had. And look, to be honest with you, I think if I didn't have the DNA evidence, the hair sample in itself, and the DNA evidence, I wouldn't have gone public with my 1992 experience. I would have discussed it with certain people. I did with Professor Mack. Professor Mack was one of the few people that has actually held the bag, not touched the sample, but has looked at the bag that it was in and read the information that was on there. Bill Chalker was one. The 2 female producers saw it as well. My wife at the time obviously saw it. My kids had seen it. Not too many people have. And once it got tested, obviously the root of the hair was destroyed, and then the shaft was a little bit left of the shaft, which I still have. But yeah, now we come back to 92. We come to the hair sample. It took, after Bill found out about it that day when the TV producers or film producers were here, 6 years later, he contacted me and he asked me, "Have you still got that hair sample?" I said, "Yeah, I do." And he said, "Mate, I've got some people in from CSIRO. They work for them. It won't be done through them, but they work for them. And one of them's leading scientist, and he's a DNA biochemist. He's written a number of books, very well qualified." And I just felt comfortable doing it, mate. I mean, a lot of people said, "Oh, you're crazy," I just felt comfortable, and I just said, "Here, mate, here's the sample." And I gave him both the pieces of hair. I thought, if I hang on to one and it doesn't get tested, big deal, it's a hair. But if it gets tested, I knew that the results are going to be okay. Maybe I didn't think as strange as they were, but I knew they're going to find something different, because what I was looking at, they weren't human. They were humanoid. She was perfect, like the blonde. Look, I'm jumping and going to different things and that, just trying to cover a lot of things. But yeah, the blonde female was very well proportioned. Where she lives, I don't think there's gravity, because there was nothing sagging there, put it that way. Very attractive, very fit looking, so yeah, I knew that DNA was going to be different. If they did test it, they were going to get something interesting, but not that interesting. And so yeah, they took the sample, tested it, and then they took a sample from my wife, hair sample, and tested it as well. I think for me, the strength that what they were really confident in is that I took the hairs off my private part and I put them straight into the bag. There's no doubting that that was the hair that was on my penis, both hairs. Where since my case, we've had a number of people come forward and claim that 2 weeks after reading about my story, they had exactly the same experience with a blonde female and an Asian, and there was a hair sample, but they dropped the hair. A couple of them have sent samples. They've been tested and they've come back to be their partners or their daughters. I'm not saying that they didn't have a sample. I'm just saying that the chain of evidence was broken. So if it was dropped on the floor and you went back an hour later and picked it up, we're not sure you picked up the right hair, or maybe you're not even sure you picked up the right hair. But that's a strength of mine, where it was collected, it was put in a bag, and it was kept there secured, and it was never touched by anyone else. So the only DNA that should be on there is mine and whoever the hair belonged to. And when they did the first phase of the testing, they found that first they found in the root of the hair, they found rare Chinese, Basque, Gaelic DNA, like tall, Scandinavian-looking, blonde hair, blue eyes DNA. And in the shaft of the hair, when they tested the shaft, they found they found the rarest Chinese mitochondrial DNA with very, very few, maybe I think they were saying like 3% of Asian Mongoloid people have that trait. And so there were two different DNAs in the one hair sample, and that caught their attention. So they went a bit further, and then they found a CCR5 gene deletion, and that indicated that whoever doesn't have that gene, you're more resistant to, or you basically can't catch sexually transmitted diseases. And I'd say if you're going to send beings from wherever, whether they're from out there or inside our Earth or wherever they come from, a spaceship hovering in ours, I don't know, wherever they come from, if you're going to send them down to interact sexually with people on Earth, you're going to make sure that they can't catch any diseases, I suppose. I still say it again, if I didn't have the DNA, the hair sample and the DNA to back it, there's no way I would talk publicly about that case. But when people have these experiences, everybody thinks sometimes they say, "Oh, I wish I had this experience now," and I tell them, don't, be careful what you wish for, because sometimes not everybody can handle this stuff. And unfortunately, what I've learned, and I've learned the hard way, you can have all these really good, well, I don't know if they're good or bad experiences, but to me, they're enlightening. And I think Einstein once said, the most profound thing we can experience is the mysterious. And I really believe that. I think, yeah, that's just it can be very, very profound. But I struggle with people who think it's all lovey-dovey and it's all, daisies and roses, and they're going to come here and save our planet and save us, and no more what. I get a bit annoyed because there is that, where, yeah, maybe they will give us technology, maybe they will help us medically, all that stuff. But unfortunately, when you have this experience, you're in touch with something. It might be positive, but then there's that other aspect that comes along with it. And it's called, everyone's calling it high strangeness. I was calling it that. Bill and I have talked about this years ago, maybe 15 years ago. And I used to say to him, it's all that other strange stuff that worries me. The aliens, all this. I'm not scared of that. People say, aren't you scared? No, if it happened tonight, it'll happen tonight. I'll just live with it. But these other things, these strange things that happen that aren't necessarily benevolent, they're not friendly, they're not good for you, they're not good for your soul. And these things start happening and it scares you. Like I've had aliens interacting with me and it hasn't scared me. But then I had something, I'm sitting down on 2020, I did a job, I work in security, and I did a job New Year's Eve, and I come home and I sat down, I'm watching a bit of TV just to unwind. And as I'm sitting there, this is at 4:55 in the morning, as I'm sitting there, I felt something burning, like, yeah, it's just a burning sensation on my leg. And I touched it and it felt wet, it felt moist, but I couldn't see anything. Like I looked and I didn't see any liquid or anything. So I brushed it off, it's just maybe an itch or something. And then I felt it burn even more. So I had a look, and as I looked, I saw this cut, like something cut on me, but not like scratching with a fingernail. Looked like it was being cut with almost cauterized as it's cutting. And when I looked, I could see there was a couple of dots of blood along the way. But towards the whole top, and actually, I got a tattoo, a UFO tattoo on my right ankle, on the inside of my ankle. and this scratch was right through the UFO tattoo, right through the middle of it. And as I'm looking, I'm watching, I can actually see this cut coming up my leg. So I got my phone and I started to film it, and I reckon I got it moving maybe about 2 or 3 mil, maybe. But it's once I started filming it, it stopped. And then I'm like, shit, you know, I could see the blood off the scratches. I'm like, what the hell? It's a big scratch. And then all of a sudden, I feel the back of my calf, like on the side almost. And I looked, and there was one massive scratch, really massive scratch from almost just near my ankle, just to under my knee. And then as I'm trying to analyze the, you know, I'm trying to think, what the hell? I feel just in front of my knee, on the inside under my knee, just above the shin, I felt really bad burning. And when I looked, I saw 4 scratches. I wish I could send you photos to, could have put them up, but I've got photos of it. It's all documented. That petrified me. That scared me, because something was physically hurting me right in front of my eyes, and I couldn't do a thing about it. It could have cut my throat if it wanted to, and I couldn't have done a thing about it. Couldn't have stopped it. Stop what? I can't see it. And that really, really concerned me. That at 5:10, I rang my niece in the morning, and I don't usually do that. And she was like, "Are you okay? Is everything all right?" She thought something's wrong. And I said, "Look, something happened to me this morning. Um, if something happens to me, I didn't do it. I didn't do it to myself. Like, I thought if I die, or, you know, they say, oh, I suicide, committed suicide or something. I was saying to something happened to me. There's scratches on me. I didn't do it to myself. But if something happens really bad, then know that I didn't do it. I want you to know I didn't do it." That was, and that honestly really got to me. But and then in 2017, I again, I was sitting in the lounge room watching TV, and I had bought a budgie, a little white budgie, and I had him in the cage, but I'd leave the cage door open so he could get out and fly around. And, you know, I'd call him, I'd put my finger up, and he'd come and land on me. And it's a really friendly bird, well trained. And I'm sitting there watching TV, and all of a sudden I hear birds' wings, you know, like fluttering, that whooshing, you know, I heard that whooshing. And I instantly looked back behind me. I turned around and looked back, because I thought my little budgie was going to land on my shoulder, or, you know, on my head. And what I saw wasn't a little budgie. I saw a full-sized eagle with one wing above my left side. The wing was almost like over me like that, but hugging me almost. You know, it was wrapped around me. And his other wing was away from me. And it landed on the arm of the lounge next to me. And as it landed, it looked like it had like an eggshell almost covering, like a veil. It was like a headdress thing, but then it looked like it was a veil, but it wasn't flexible. It wasn't material. It looked a bit more, I don't, that's why I say eggshell. But anyway, once it landed and its wings, you know, brought its wings together and it sat there, I'm looking at it from the top down, and I noticed the tail, and the tail looked like it had mosaics. It was like jewels. It was made of like heaps and heaps of different colored jewels, you know, diamonds, rubies, opals, you name it. It was all different stones. And then all of a sudden, as I looked at the bottom of the tail, I saw the tail start to break apart, and I could see the jewels falling, and I could hear them and see them bouncing off the ground, off the tiles. They were just, if you grabbed a hand of marbles, or, you know, those cheap rocks and that, the colored rocks, and threw them, and that noise they would make, that's what I was hearing. That's what I was seeing. And someone has said to me, had you reached out and grabbed, maybe caught something, you might have been rich. And I was like, maybe that was an opportunity. Maybe that's, you know, that's how they offer you these opportunities, and I didn't take it. But yeah, that was strange. But that's what I'm trying, the point I'm making is, you can have these experiences that are profound, that are life-changing, but then you can have what comes with it as well, that's really negative and really wants to do harm to you. And that's why I prefer people don't wish it on them. If it happens to you, it happens. But, you know, don't go wishing for it, because sometimes you may not be able to handle it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, be careful what you wish for, right?
That's right.
In that regard.
Yeah.
So, mate, like your whole story here is like absolutely amazing. Like the detail, the thoughts, and the process behind everything. Like you're even explaining your emotions that's going through it, mate. Like, has anyone tried to like sort of discredit you and what your stories are that you're
Look,
telling?
I want to apologise for jumping back and forward and that.
No, that's
Usually, as
fine.
I said, I do it in chronological order, but there were things that's just it gets to me for me it gets a bit boring because 31 years I've been telling it in chronological order and that, and sometimes it's just good to go jump back and forth and let people see that it happens, at different times of your life, and it happens. Um, yeah, it's a. But look, I've had people try and discredit me. Yeah, I'd be a fool to think they didn't. But one experience I remember, um, the skeptics president at the time, and I'll probably have skeptics coming out of the work now attacking the hell out of me, but that's okay. The skeptics president at the time, I believe his name was Barry Williams, and we did a TV show, a local TV show in Redfern, where he appeared, and actually Bill Chalker, myself, and he appeared, and then 2 weeks later, when John Mack came out, they did a show with John Mack involved as well. But yeah, he was there, and he was like saying, "Oh, this," and I've listened to him speak at the Powerhouse Museum. He gave a talk once, and I had real issues with him because I don't mind people who will read your case and try and target points that they can question or discredit. I don't mind that. That's peer review. That's people who want to be skeptical. They want to be gullible. I get it. I get it. I'm the same. Um, but I don't like it when people are armchair debunkers. They don't want to look at your case. They don't want to look at your evidence. They just want to discredit it. They don't care. They'll say you were drunk. I've had people, honestly, I've had people accuse me of hiring prostitutes at 7 o'clock in the morning when I'm head injuries. I'm suffering from injuries, a stab wound. I've been, you know, really, really in a bad way, and I'm hiring prostitutes to come at my house. How dare they? I had a wife at the time. Like, where are these prostitutes? Why hasn't a woman, anyone in Australia, come out? And my case is very well known, very well documented. Why hasn't anyone come out and said, "Oh, I was the one. I was." Now, in saying that, I shouldn't even cover this point, but you know what? I won't name anyone, but I'm going to cover it because only recently, in the last 12 months, a lady that lives in I shouldn't even say that. Anyway, okay, won't mention names. Newfoundland in Canada has been sending me messages after messages after messages telling me that she was the blonde in my experience in 92, but she would have been 8 years old at the time. And she said, "Oh, no, but I changed my age when and it falls apart quick smart." And then she sort of had a go at me for questioning it. And there's an actor who's in New Zealand, and she's trying to say that he's my and her child, and so is his twin brother. And just a really, really crazy, crazy situation. But all I said to her, I don't want to, as I've said to my partner now, Mary, I said to her, I don't want to upset people like that because she'll turn and she'll just go ballistic on the internet, bad mouthing everything and everyone. But first of all, it couldn't have been that person, and second of all, I can't see how you would have been 8 years old at the time and then tell me, but no, I can change my age and be whatever age I want and all that sort of stuff. But that's the closest anyone has come to saying, "Yeah, yeah, I was that female." And it's
Yeah.
so far-fetched, it's not funny. But there's I've had skeptics, maybe not even skeptics. I think they're just idiots on the internet making these claims. "Oh, he hired prostitutes. Oh, he got drunk and he hired Okay, how do you explain the DNA? How do you explain the hair samples? How do you explain that I passed the look? I'm not too big on the polygraph. I'll tell you now. Um, a lot of people brag about it or talk about it and mention it and say, "Oh, he passed the polygraph," or "I passed the polygraph." Okay, the reason I took the polygraph in the show I was involved in was because I thought it was accurate, not because I knew how to deceive it. I'm not a CIA trained person. I did it because when I was asked, I was put on the spot. It wasn't something that was discussed, and I went and researched it and tried to find ways to beat it. I did an interview on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday, I got a phone call, and the person that was in the show, the son of the person involved in the show, said to me, "Your story was really interesting, very well detailed. Would you be prepared to sit a lie detector test?" "Yes, I'll do it. I've been waiting to do one for 20 years," was my response, instant. And I said, "I've been asking Bill Chalker to do one, and I'll even take the truth serum if I have to." And I actually swore when I said, "Yeah, fucking oath, I'm sorry." And he goes, "Oh, look, I'm going to ask you the question again. I should have told you we're recording. So don't put the swear word in." So I just said, "Friggin' oath I would. I've been asking for 20 years to do this, Let's do it." And then when they cut back to him later in the hotel, and when I saw the show, he actually says, "Well, you got to give the guy credit, because he didn't even say, 'Let me think about it. Let me talk to say, oh, I'll let you know. I'll ring you back.' Yep, I'll do it. Let's do it." And at the same time, one of his mum's clients, his mum's a therapist, had done hypnotherapy sessions with her, and he was an ex-Navy SEAL apparently. I felt so sorry for the guy, because he was also put through a polygraph test, and so was I on the same show. And the lady's son said about the other person, he said, "He'll 100%, I think because he was Navy SEAL or ex-Navy SEAL, a bit more credible than me. I'm a builder, I was in the building trade, I do security." But he said, "100%, I have no doubt he'll pass." Well, poor guy failed. And that's why I was disappointed with Close Encounters Down Under. They very well knew that the guy had failed a polygraph test on the show called My Mum Talks to Aliens. And they still played that video of him, which I thought was really bad. It wasn't fair on the guy, But anyway, when the polygraph examiner told Mary and her son, he said, "I guess you're wondering how Peter passed." My comment was, "I'm happy," and I said it in a dead tone. Really, I'm happy. Like, okay. I said, "I want to know what Chris thinks," and he says, this is what pissed me off. Sorry. He goes, his response to, "I want to know what Chris says, I believe Peter believes it." Now, you asked me to do the lie detector test. I didn't come to you and tell you to give me one. You asked me. So obviously you were trying to see if I was going to say yes or no. And if I said no, you can cast doubt on my case. And yet, if I failed, that's why Bill Chalker was totally against me doing it. He argued with the producers for 2 hours, and it would have made great television. It would have made great television. It was a great debate. And he presented a pretty good case. And I ended up doing it because I just thought, no, it's gonna tell the truth. Am I lying or am I telling the truth? And I knew I was telling the truth. So yeah, there's been a lot of people who try and discredit my case or badmouth my case, but you know what? I'd like to see if they've even read the case in its entirety. I'd like to know if they've read the scientific report on it, the DNA report on it. It's all there. And people usually will go, "Oh, it was done in a crappy lab. It was done like in Bill Chalker's shed on a newspaper." And when they find out that the experience and the knowledge that this guy has on the DNA topic, like, people refer to his books when they're talking about DNA. So this guy knows what he's talking about. I think it's got people thinking, and whether they want to accept it and take it on board as someone's, it's my reality. It's happening to me. Maybe it's not happening to them. But just because something doesn't happen to you, you don't experience it, it doesn't mean it's not happening to other people. It doesn't mean other people around the world or around you in your family aren't having these experiences. I think we just got to be open-minded. Don't be gullible. Don't believe everything you hear. But you've got to be open-minded. And when someone, a friend, a family member comes to you and says, "Look, I need to talk to someone, and I want to tell you a story. You're not going to believe this, but this is what happened to me," don't judge them. Don't give them your opinion, because you're not an expert. You don't know anything about the topic. Just listen to them and tell them, I may not. And I've had a lot of people do this with me. Look, I work in the security industry. I've got a really good reputation, good name, well respected by my peers. I work at an iconic landmark, I won't name it, in Sydney. I work with a lot of different people. We've worked with the Debt Premier's Department. We've done work with politicians. Like, I'm very good at what I do, and I'm very well respected. And I get people come up to me, and I work with a lot of people with Islamic background, Middle Eastern background, and Islamic, and they're friends of mine. And they say to me, Peter, we don't believe in this, but I believe you. And I've had a number of people say that to me. I don't believe in this, but mate, I believe you. They know me. They know I'm not that type of person to go and do. Why would anybody do this to themselves? Why? The millions of dollars I'm making. If you have a look behind me, you'll see there's thousands of books in my office. That's cost me money out of my pocket. People haven't donated these to me. People don't send me checks in the mail. I make no money out of this. Financially, I'm at a loss when it comes to the UFO stuff. So why would I put myself through that? Why would I put my children through all that? When I've had a couple of movie offers, and I had people filming here for 3 months, and then they went to Lebanon, filmed for 2 weeks, and on the roof of that, or actually no, they couldn't get on the roof of the same building because the person there was suffering through cancer. So they got onto our building across the road, which is 3 stories, and theirs is 2. So they got a really good view of that roof. And I think he ended up, actually, I know he gave me a CD of that, everything he basically did over that 3 months plus in Lebanon. And it was the first time ever I gave anyone access to my wife's as an interview and my children. So they had access to interview my children who were younger. I think my son might have been about 15, 14, my daughter 11 or 12. And I never, ever would give anyone access to that. And I gave them access. And the guy was really nice. He was a gentleman, and he worked on his own mainly to get everything set up and that. He'd be at my house every night. We'd have dinner. I'd shout one night, he'd shout the next. And then he came back from Lebanon, and he came to me and said, after all this time, all this prep work, he said to me, oh, mate, the producers or directors or whatever, they want you to take a polygraph test, and they want you to do a drug test. And I was like, well, you can tell them to fuck off, because I did a polygraph test. I passed it. What, they're going to keep asking me to do polygraph tests till I fail one, like they did with Travis Walton, say? And I said, I will never take another polygraph test. There's no reason for me to, because even if I pass it, it's not going to do nothing. But if I fail it, it's going to cast out, or people will cast out. They won't say he passed one. So no, I won't be doing a polygraph. And I said, and screw you and your drug test. Whatever. So even in 1992, we're like, at the time it was about 25 years later. I'm saying, what bearing has that got to do with then and now? Like, I couldn't understand it. And that me straight away, I pulled the plug. And I've heard people ask Bill in a recent podcast he did with Jamie Leonardo. And I met Jamie, and I worked closely together. We formed this group when we first started, but then we went our separate ways. But I heard Jamie ask a question to Bill, which Bill disappointed me that he didn't answer it correctly. Jamie asked, why hasn't Peter's case been made into a film? And Bill said, oh, if it doesn't happen in America, they're not interested. Well, 2 of the movie offers were from Australia, and then another 4 were from America, or I think Canada and America. But that's the thing. I'm not after a movie about my life and experiences. I'd like it to be documented. Like, there's documentaries out there, there's stuff, it's out there. But a movie for my ego, if I wanted to boost my ego, I would have just basically said to these guys, yep, let's do it. Make a movie about me. Wow, But I'm not like that. As soon as they mentioned polygraph and that again, I thought, that's it, we're done. And I pulled the plug. And I've had another one, that fell through twice, actually, with the same company. But it was just excuses, making out like, oh, we've sent you emails you haven't received, but there wasn't that communication. Frustrated Bill Chalker a lot too. So, yeah, to me, if it's meant to happen and someone wants to document my story, my life story, I'm happy to do it, but I'm not pursuing it. I'm not chasing it. I'm not contacting producers. And I had a guy, he was on there 12 months. I contacted him after 12 months, and I said, look, I'm sorry for the delay, but I'm not really, if someone can do my story justice, I'll go with it. But I don't want my story change in any way, shape, or form. And I know they've got to have some artistic play here and there. They've got to use the imagination and play with it a bit. I understand that. But, once again, I've got 2 children, and my son turns 28 tomorrow. My daughter's 24. And, there's things that I know they'd want to put in there, like the sexual aspect of it and that, and children, breeding, whatever. I worry about that. I worry about how it'll affect my children. And yeah, look, I think there is breeding. I think I do have something out there. I know I have because I've met that person. But yeah, I've got to be very cautious and think about other people in this too. There'll come a time, I think, when I can maybe openly speak about that and hopefully hurt no one. But you know, yeah, some people handle it differently, and my kids aren't handling it all that well. I don't know. I mean, they support me and all that, but they don't want to look into their own things. Put it that way.
Yeah, which is fair enough. Like, there's a lot of things that be taken into account when telling these stories. Like you said, like, a lot of people can. Well, there's a lot of crazy people, as you mentioned. There's that woman over in Canada trying to attack you personally and trying to make silly claims. There's other people that make stupid claims that, just, for whatever reasons, trying to get their own, I don't know, their own egos, their own attention for the two
Yeah,
bob for whatever it's worth. Which is totally understandable. But look, I've got heaps of questions here for you to go through. If you've still got
sure.
time.
Yeah,
Um,
sure.
like one thing I don't usually do is I don't usually take notes while I'm doing the show. I don't make questions up, and but because it's such a big uh, w- uh, recollection of your life story here, I had to go and start taking notes down. I'm like, all right, well, all right. So anyway, I'll get stuck into it instead of babbling on. So I want to take you back to your home in Lebanon there. So like you're back on top of the 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 building there on the rooftop. And like before we started the show, that you actually mentioned like when you all ran up the stairs and that, and everyone's all frozen like mannequins and such. You even made mention that like you even thought about like like if people are running upstairs and that, you're going to be huffing and puffing and carrying on. And it's a
I
big
only thought
thing.
about that today. It only hit me
Hmm.
today. Like, I can't, yeah, I don't understand how I never thought of that. But yeah, you're running up the stairs. I don't care how fit you are. You're going to be breathing heavy. Your heart's going to be racing and pounding. And yeah, and it just like switched off so quickly. That's something, yeah, I never really thought about.
Yeah. So like, have you heard any thoughts on like what the whole concept of what happened on that rooftop might have been?
Um, Look, I went back to Lebanon for the first time in 2000, and I sort of asked a couple of my cousins if they recall anything like that. I guess it happened so long ago, and they've been through a war. You know what I mean? 15 years of war. Their memories are jaded and so on. But while we were sitting there, my auntie came to visit us from Beirut, and all the children came, and my cousins. And while we were sitting in a circle, out on the patio, one of my cousins, she passed away, I think, around 2017, 2018, I think, from cancer. She was the youngest one in the family, too. Her name was Lillian. And she was sitting next to me. And as we're talking, she said to me, "Can I tell you something?" Real quiet between us, like there was a whole group of about maybe 15 people sitting there. And she sort of said it softly, "Can I talk to you about something?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And she was like, "Oh," she looked around, and her sisters were like, "What? You're going to tell him that story?" And then she's like, "Yeah, I am." And then she tells me, she said she was in the car with her friends in Lebanon on a country sort of road, um, no houses, just like just shrubbery around and that, open field, whatever. And she said they were driving. She was in the back seat, and she was looking out the car window, And she said to me, she saw exactly what she said. What you just described, the shape of the head, the shape of the eyes, the arms by the stand there, very thin figure. She said, I saw exactly it. She started crying. Or she started shaking. She started crying. And then she's like, I started screaming at the driver to stop the car, stop the car. And then by the time he stopped and we reversed back to have a look, she said it was gone. Now, that's the closest that one of my cousins had mentioned something. I didn't ask her how old they were at the time, but obviously must have been, you know, early 20s, I'd say, because they're in a car driving, whatever. But yeah, that's the only person that said something to me that's related to me, family wise. Yeah, but other than that, I don't. Yeah, even I mean, as I said before, my own children. There's a couple of things there, but you know, if they don't want to look into it, I just leave it at that. Yeah, I don't know. I just think people in different countries have different issues, different lifestyles, and different pressures. We might have a little bit of time here where we can sit back and think of UFO, you know, look, research it or something. Over there, mate, at the moment, you know, life's pretty tough in Lebanon at the moment for people to live there. You can go on holiday there and be a king, you know, and splash some money around and you do right. But the people that are there all the time living there, it's hard. And last thing on their mind would be this sort of stuff. But one day I'd like to go back and maybe investigate this. But the funniest thing, when I was in Lebanon, I actually had Lebanese radio do an interview with me. And my uncle was a bit concerned. And he said to me, oh, when you go to Australia, we'll probably get government people come here to harass us. You're going to leave. You won't even be here for it. And I'm like, harass you about what? He goes, your opinions. He goes, what you were saying on there. He goes, they, you know. And I was like, oh, my God, you know, if someone does a radio interview and, you know, your relatives are going to get questioned about it, what sort of country you live in, you know? Seriously, like, talk about freedom of speech. I put something on the internet the other day. Actually, it was on my Facebook page, and I put something up, and it was related to the Mexican Jaime Maussan, that little alien that they've said they've DNA tested and they've, you know, found 3 eggs and all that stuff. But funny enough, I'll probably get some haters here. Someone put something and they put Joe Biden's picture as the head.
Yeah, I think I saw that post actually.
Yeah, I just posted it and I said non-human intelligent fossil found. And
It's probably
this
spot on
person,
too,
oh mate, this person attacked the hell out of me, and I didn't mention Trump whatsoever. And all of a sudden, I get this picture, the mugshot of Trump. Look at this crook. He'll never ever be president ever again, and you're blocked in capital letters. I was like, geez, you know, I didn't even mention the guy.
No.
And that's why I stay away. I'd rather talk aliens than politics, to be honest with you. So
Yeah. So, like, it sort of leads me to like another question here. Like, you has it been like a bit like family history previously? Like, I'm not talking about your current family now, like your previous family, like your mother, your cousins. Like, has there been any sort of history with them? Like, I know you did mention like they've always seen stuff throughout times, you know, like seeing weird
yeah, yeah.
objects and
Well,
such.
my mum,
Has there been
my
like any
mum.
personal encounters or something like with mother, grandparents, or such like that
Um,
that you're aware of?
Look, I think my mum has. I'm actually sure my mum has had experiences and just doesn't know how to process them, I guess. My brother, my oldest brother, um, look, even my this annoys me. Even my second eldest brother, I've got a sister and 2 brothers, myself, 3 boys, 2 girls. My second eldest brother is so skeptical, but arrogantly skeptical. He's not, you know, I don't like that. And he shoots down my case, or, oh no, you were dreaming or whatever, right? But then one day my sister was having a birthday and we had 2 priests, friends from St. Charbel Church, the Lebanese church, come down. They were at my parents' place, and I walked in And they're at the dining table sitting down. At first I didn't know they were priests, and then my sister said, "Oh, this is Father such and such," and I realised. And I heard them talking, and they were talking about some guy in the congregation that in the parish that is having these really crazy experiences with beings with big eyes, black eyes. And this is what I'm listening to, right? And my brother says, "Yeah, and Father, sometimes I get this feeling in bed, and I can't move, and I feel like it's like the old hag syndrome almost. He feels something sitting on his chest, and he can't move it, and he's paralyzed, and he can't fight it, and that." And then the priest said to him, "When you read the Bible, never stop mid-sentence, or always finish the sentence, go to a full stop, and then close it. Don't just sort of stop reading, finish the sentence or paragraph or whatever," he said. And as I'm standing there stunned, I said to my brother, I said, "You have a go at me, you say I'm dreaming, and then you're describing similar stuff, like something similar to what happened to me, but and he goes, "Yeah, but you think," and he did exactly this. He goes, "You think they're from up there, right? Space." And that's when the priest, two of them, they sort of caught their attention. They go, "Hang on a minute. Do you believe they're alien?" I went, "Yeah, I do." And he goes, "Oh, same with this guy that's in our parish, but he's got a religious twist to it, because what he saw, they were wearing robes, and there was three of them. He says that it was Saint Charbel, Saint Martatla, and Saint Joe, some other saint, three saints." And I'm like, I'll tell you right now, it wasn't Saint Charbel and it wasn't saints, but I think that guy saw them hooded, and Saint Charbel wears a hood, a robe, and that's the way he's dealing with it. He's religious. He puts a religious twist to it, and he deals with it that way. And they were saying to me, "Oh, you and him should get together. We think he needs some help. He's struggling with this. He's really upset by it." And yeah, that's just one thing where my brother sort of didn't even open up. He slipped and said something. But yeah, my oldest brother reckons he's had some experiences, and he witnessed me being taken through the hallway, levitating, and that with beings around me. I don't ask my sister much. She's had a really rough time. Not only divorced, but she had brain fluid leaking out of her ear. She had surgery, and the doctor mucked it up and paralyzed her face. So she's got enough on her plate. Last thing I want to do is, question her and that. But she's never come out openly and said, "Oh yeah, I've had something happen to me too," or anything. But once again, it's not a topic that we discuss openly as a family. I'd probably discuss this more with my friends rather than family.
Yeah, fair enough. So it also brings me to another question, like back there, back in Lebanon too. Like, did you happen to like track down any of the old friends that you played with there to see if they can recollect anything at all?
No, I tried. That's what I was saying to you. Well, a couple of them were living overseas at the time, and actually, one of them found out that I was in Lebanon. At the kid from the house, it was a brother and a sister who were playing with us. We went onto their roof,
Yeah.
and there was a fair bit of activity that was happening at that house too. So they were the focus of something as well. But um, I'll just tell you a quick story about that house. But first of all, he found out I was in Lebanon, so he sent me a gift, and he gave me a watch. And his mum come and gave it to me. She said, "Oh, Walid sent you this." He's saying one day he got, I don't know what happened to him. He screamed, and we thought he got stung by a bee. So I actually said to him, "Did a bee sting you?" Because we were playing out in the field. And he didn't say anything. He had his foot on this rock, like a chalky rock, but it was sharpened like an axe, almost like an axe head. He just picked it up and threw it and hit me straight in the head, and I've still got a scar right here on my temple from it. And his mum come over and gave me the watch, and she said he still feels terrible about throwing that rock at you. This is like years later, 40 years later. It was so funny. But yeah. But that house in particular, I remember one time my dad came back. My dad would come back to Lebanon for 2 weeks, 2 weeks, and then shoot off again for a year. 6 months to 12 months before we'd see him again. And I remember this because he was there. And we were playing outside that same house, but out the front. And the eldest daughter was studying for HSC, so she was sitting on the chair and she was rocking her chair back and forth at the front door, against the front door. So the chair would hit the front door, and you'd hear a little knock every now and then, like wood hitting wood. And as we're playing, all of a sudden we hear, honest to God, it was like someone got a battering ram or like a telegraph pole and just was swinging it into the back door, trying to break the back door. It was so loud. So my brothers who were older than me and their friends, they went over and got my dad. I would have been, 7 years old, maybe just not even 8 yet. So they ran over and told my dad that someone's trying to break into the neighbour's house. My dad got his old gun. He used to, put the gunpowder in it. And anyway, oh, mate, ancient gun. Anyway, he bought it out, loaded it up and bought it out. And all the little kids, myself and all the little kids went with my dad because he had the gun. And then all the older, the teenagers went around the other side of the house and they had sticks and, whatever they could find, shovels, whatever. And as we converged around the back of the house, there was no noise. It stopped. Like as we were walking towards it, it was happening very loud. And then as we got there, we rounded the corner where we should have seen something there. There was nothing there whatsoever. And then my dad's saying, question, are you sure you heard it here? You didn't hear it up the road, somewhere up the road? No, it was here. It started at the front. It started banging at the front like it was doing the same thing at the front door. Now, the only way they could have got there is either through the house or over the house. There's no way they could have gone on either side of the house because we were all there. And whatever they were carrying to bang that door, if it was an object they were using, it was bloody big. So they couldn't have run around that quick with something that heavy. But that's one incident that stood out for me because my dad was there and I remember him with the gun and that. And, I thought, wow, my dad could shoot someone, Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's just the religious thing too. They don't like to talk about it. Some of them think it's demonic or it's not godly or it's not angels. You know what I mean? And they don't want to talk about it. They'd rather not. That's the thing. That's why my uncle said to me, "Oh, the government will probably come and pay us a visit when you go back home to Australia." Look, to me, the way I see it, whether it's a skeptic, whether it's a believer, whatever, I tell you my story not to get anything out of it or out of you. If you ask me to tell you my story and I tell you my story, what gain is there for me to tell it? Like, what am I getting? What advantage is it giving me? Nothing. And I remember once we went to the Powerhouse Museum in Sydney, and Barry Williams, the Skeptics president, was speaking. And we're all sitting there in the audience, and it was a full house, I have to say. And everyone's listening to him rip into alien abductions and UFOs. He was tearing it to shreds, tearing it apart, trying to do his best. And Bill Chalker was in the audience as well. And I remember him making a comment that really, really pissed me off, and I took him up on it. And I'll tell you what eventuated out of that, me querying that comment. He's talking and he says, just stupidly, I don't know who would say that. He said, look, all this abduction stuff that people are reporting, it's women on their menstrual cycle. It causes that sort of stuff. And people were aghast. You could say, I looked around the audience and I could see people were like, what the hell did he just say? So I put my hand up and he's gone, yes. He didn't know who I was at the time. He goes, yes. And I said, okay, so your explanation for alien abductions, females' menstrual cycle, their period, right? He goes, yes. I said, well, how do you explain men like me who have the experience? And everybody cracked up laughing. Everybody in the audience was laughing. Mate, he called security on the microphone, called security. 2 security guys come running in with their hands on their guns. They were armed. And they run. And he's going, I want him out. I want him out of here. Kick him out. Get him out of here. And most of the people in that room stood up and said, you take him out. We're walking out with him. What did he do that was so violent that you want him kicked out, escorted by armed guard? And then Bill Chalker walked out in the foyer. And Barry Williams, if you have a look at his photo profile, that he looks like Santa Claus. He really does. But Barry had a group of people talking to him. Bill Chalker walked up to him. He said, "Barry, you're not a skeptic. You're an armchair debunker." And he just got flustered, wet red. That's the extent of an attack from a skeptic, and it was their president. So, but you know, I'm sure they target me, like when they're talking amongst each other. Oh, that Peter Khoury case is stupid or whatever. No, but no one's ever come to task. I had a scientist I work with questioning my case, and I walked into the office once. We were doing a job, an event, and he was talking about it, and he was saying, "No, I'll prove it in 5 minutes that it's wrong." So I was stood behind him, and when he turned around, he was shocked to see me there. And I said, "You know what? My house is worth one point. I'll put my house on the line." I said, "I will give you my house tomorrow. I'll sign it over to you tomorrow. And there's witnesses. If you can prove my case, the DNA is all wrong, faulty, whatever." That guy and I have become best mates. He finishes work sometimes. He'll call me and come and visit me where I'm working and bring a pizza. We're just good mates. And not everybody that questions does it because they're being nasty, or you know, they're trying to make themselves look smart and they're explaining the whole topic away. I think people generally find it hard to believe if they're not experiencing it, if they haven't experienced it themselves. They think no one else has. And look, I was talking to my partner about this today. When I was growing up, I thought every household grew up, did things the way my family did. And then when I started going to friends' places, and I went to a friend's place and he had a single mum and there was no dad around, and the mum was working, and he'd go home after school, open the door, go in and wait till his mum got home. I didn't have that. I didn't think people lived like that. So I can understand that if people haven't experienced this phenomena or researched it and looked at some good cases that have evidence, and they can, you know, see there's some basis there, there's some truth there. I can understand how they can't believe it. You know, it doesn't happen to everyone every day, and until it does, I think people will keep questioning. But you know, Anthony, as you know now, we're in a really interesting time now where I've always had an issue with the Disclosure Project, and I've had Stephen Bassett at my house. We invited 50 people, invite only, and it was mainly researchers and investigators and so on. And he gave a talk, and he said within 12 months, 100% will know the truth about UFOs. It'll all come out in 12 months. I think that was it was actually just after the 9/11 attacks, because he had his car. Yeah, I remember this because he had his car parked in America in a street. And what they were doing at that time is if you leave a car more than a day, the government comes and tows it because they think it might be something sinister.
Yep.
So he was on the phone at my house using my phone, apologizing that he had to use the phone so much to try and get this car moved before they towed it. So it was, yeah, it was a while ago, and that's how long I've been waiting. And lucky I didn't hold my breath. And I've heard it from everywhere, you know, next year, within the 12 months, within this stuff. And it's been a long, long time. It's been decades. But now I can see, look, I'll never expect the government to tell us the truth unless you catch them red-handed, unless you can put the UFO or the alien or the DNA evidence there. They're not going to admit to it, even under pressure. They'll probably say, oh, it's some rich country that has this technology but don't want to share it, or they'll never tell us the truth, mate. They don't want us to know the truth. It's not in their interest for us to know the truth. And until maybe the aliens decide that it's time, I think we'll be waiting for a while. But, like, look, a lot of people saw David Crush come in with you know, Ross Coulthard interview, which I think Ross Coulthard did a fantastic job. I can't wait to shake his hand, actually. I think he did fantastic. He's been attacked by different media outlets only because they didn't do the story and, you know, got popular. But I thought David Crush was going to be more credible, and now they're questioning his not credentials, but his, you know, his mental health stuff. Now, that's different. He's not the guy. You can't judge someone by if they have a health issue or something. You know, this guy's put his reputation and his livelihood on the line and gone public. And I don't see him getting paid for all this. I don't see him making money out of this.
No.
I don't know. Maybe he does, but I don't know. I just feel sorry for the guy because I think he's put himself out there at risk as well. And unfortunately, his evidence may not be enough because a lot of people that were going to talk as well backed off when they saw how badly he was criticized. Look, no one in the world in life has a perfect life. No one. I don't care who
No.
you are. Even the Pope. I don't care who you are. You're a human being, regardless of your position. We all make mistakes. We all have histories. We all do wrong, and we learn from it, hopefully. And if we do, we become better people. But no one has no faults at all, and it shits me when if they can't attack the case, the evidence that the case has, they'll attack the witness every single time.
Yeah.
And they'll accuse the witness of being drunk, of being whatever, but they have no evidence to back it. They want us to provide all the evidence, but then they can discredit you, your case, your personality, your livelihood, and that without any evidence whatsoever. They don't need to provide that. That's a thing I have with the skeptics, and but I take them on open hand. I don't care, mate. Come one, come all. Let them question. As I said in that Close Encounters show, at the end, the hair samples there, the DNA results there, the methods they used are there. The lie detectors there. Come and check it. And if you can say to me, no, this is all wrong. If I can get a biochemist to say, Dr. Horace Drew is an idiot, he doesn't know what he's talking about, mate, this is all faulty, this is all wrong, I'll listen to that. But no one has to date, and the offer's there. The offer's still there.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, mate, I think that's what brings you more credibility because, like, you're not trying to make finance out of it. You're not making money out of it. You're not making a life career out of it, as you're saying. Like, you don't want a movie or anything like that to go and boost some sort of ego, mate. I feel like it's like a massive credit to you for bringing reality to what's happened to you in that sort of regard. But
Look,
before we
I'm writing. Sorry,
you're
I
right.
was going to say. I was going to say I'm writing a book now, and I've written probably 245 pages. I want it to be around 280, 300 pages, but I'm going slow with it, like because I don't want to push. I don't want people to think, oh, look, he's right. I do want to write a book to get my story historically there. My version, like there's Bill's book, Hair of the Alien, and he's done a great job with that one, and all the results from the DNA testing, the whole thing is in there, so people can really dig deep in that. But I want to put a version out there, and I'm not doing it to make money. I'm doing it to have a historical record where my kids can show it to their kids, and look, with the hair sample, Bill Chalker had it for 10 years. Once I gave it to him to test, I didn't get it back for 10 years. And one day my daughter asked me, and I said, look, I'll get it back. And I asked Bill, and within a couple of weeks, he bought it back, and he bought a letter with it for me to sign to say that. And Bill does things, he doesn't leave a stone unturned. I really respect the guy. I respect him, not because he's written a book about me. I respected him way before that. It's because the guy raises the bar so high when it comes to research and investigation, doesn't leave a stone unturned. That's why I wanted him to, I was happy for him to write the book.
Yeah, that's how
And
it should be.
yeah. And he didn't write it as a friend. He wrote it as a researcher. And if he saw any flaws in my case, he was going to point them out.
Yeah, good. That's exactly how it should. Every case should be
Yeah,
regarded as. It should be down to the finest detail you can possibly find. That's what I find with a
exactly.
lot of posts, like people trying to claim they're seeing objects in the sky. They don't have that detail. They lack even like the time and date, and that pisses me off. You're like, well, you're trying to claim something, and it's got no evidence to go and backtrack it. But yeah,
You
look,
know what? I've
it's a
had
frustrating thing.
Look, we've had people say I've had about 8 people now. About 7 of them have said they read my story 2 weeks later. They had exactly the same experience, retrieved hair samples. There was one guy who said, I had my experience 2 weeks before Peter Khoury's. So before my 1992, July 23rd, he said he had it 2 weeks before, and he got
Wow.
hair samples, and he put the hair in a bag. He's put it somewhere. He doesn't know where. He's going to find it one day.
Mm,
I don't know. But as I said to Mary, my partner, I was talking to her, telling her this story, exactly what I just said to you, and she said, Peter, 31 years ago, you had a hair sample. Over that 31 years, did you know exactly where that hair sample was? And I was like, yep, every single day. I knew exactly where it was. If anyone
Mm.
asked me, I'll go, yep, here it is, instantly. And she was like, well, there you go. So if someone had an alien experience and found hairs in that, especially after reading my story, why would you drop it on the ground? Why would you
Yeah.
leave it for an hour and then come back? So I don't know if people are, you know, trying to jump on this, but I had one guy from 2012, really nice guy. He's actually now he's a movie producer, director. And I could mention him by name. I don't think he'd mind. Christian Fedora. He contacted me in 2012. I was working 2011, sorry. I was working at the Canada Bay Club, and we had just had an armed robbery at the club I was working at. And I had a shotgun to my head for 7 minutes in an 8-minute robbery. The guy was threatening to blow my head off. And anyway, there were three, one driver and two in the club and that. And I did really well. No one was hurt. Got him out of the club and that. Um, he came over to that same club and wanted to talk to me. It was just around that time, so there was a lot of tension. People were concerned, when they saw someone come in, they didn't know they were with. Anyway, this guy walks in, and he's Spanish background, I think, South American. Walks in, and we sat down and started talking. And he said to me, mate, I've had exactly what you've had: a blonde female, an Asian female, a hair sample. He goes, but I dropped the hair sample, and he sincerely told me this story, and honestly, I believe him. So there are people out there, and that's what's strange, Anthony. Like with the normal abduction stuff that you see with the greys and all that, it's different. Like the experience is different. Not everybody has tit for tat stuff. Where with this, people are saying, I read Peter's case, and then 2 weeks later, I had this experience, but it's exactly the same. Like it's the females, a blonde and an Asian. The experience is sexual. There's a hair sample. So what the scientists the biochemists that did the analysis on this, on my hair sample, were thinking at the time was, are these aliens doing this on purpose? Are they placing DNA wanting to be found? And when I found it and it got tested, they were like, it's about bloody time. This is what the scientist told me, like the biochemist. He said, maybe they've been doing, and you're the one that got the hair out of all these people that have been doing to. You managed to get the hair and we've got it tested. And the aliens would be like, it's about bloody time. But, don't forget, 1992, DNA had just started then. Dolly the sheep didn't get cloned, I think, till 1993. So,
Yeah.
yeah, so cloning was in its infancy at the time. We were just like, little crawling. We hadn't even got up to walk yet. And when the funding came through to do the analysis on the hair sample, it was a substantial amount too, and it was great because it helped to try and research other cases where they did test a couple of hair samples, and they came back they were just normal family members and that. But even then, a large amount of money was donated, and mate, I didn't claim any of it. They came here, they gave me $2,000 check. I donated $1,000 to my group, the support group, and people say to me, "Oh no, that should have been enough." No, like I wanted to go to research. I want more people to come forward and provide evidence and more hair samples that we can test. My case alone, it's good. It's a strong case. But if we were to get 10, 20, 100 hair samples that we can test, they may not give you the same exact result, but some interesting results, similar or even, yeah, maybe they are the same, will be the same. Geez, wouldn't that be interesting?
Wouldn't
But,
it? What?
unfortunately to date, we've had samples sent, well, Bill Chalker has had samples sent to him, and, it hasn't panned out, which is unfortunate. I mean, I would
Yeah.
love for other people to provide evidence. It'd be great.
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, it's like it brings a much more credibility to your story as well. Like
True,
people are
yeah,
having it makes it tenfold.
true.
If everyone's having that, so and not to mention everyone else who have been having experiences as well. brings more credibility to their experiences as well. So, which means it forces the government or the public or other organizations to actually start taking this a lot more serious, and figure out what the hell is going
Well,
on.
look, the interesting thing that's come out of all this with the Disclosure Project now, I've had a few people. It's a small world we live in, man. It's so small, honestly, but try walking it. I grew up with a close family friend. We say relatives. He was a hard-ass gangster, and he was killed in '98. And his nephew knows and respects me, and grew up. He's younger than me, but he grew up knowing me and stuff. And one of his friends that he went to school with and played football with, he's got a friend in England. And the friend in England is a journalist. He rang him up and asked him, do you know about a guy, Peter Khoury? He's got this alien case and that, Lebanese, Christian. And the guy says to him, oh, I went to school with a Christian Lebanese guy. I'll ask him. And he asked him, he said, hey, Hayes, do you know a guy called Peter Khoury, UFO stuff and all that? And the guy, he sent me, actually forwarded me the message. He goes, mate, I know Peter. I grew up with him. He's like an uncle to me. And he said, that case is legit. The whole story is legit. Now, the journalist in England that made the call was Christopher Sharp. I don't know if you know who he is.
It sounds familiar. Where have I heard that name?
Yeah, he's working. He did an interview with Ross Coulthard and Jimmy not long ago. Really, he's making waves. He's doing really good work. But Christopher was saying to me, once they acknowledge the UFO topic, like, okay, yeah, there are these crafts, and it's almost happening, right? But once they come out and no doubt announce it, he said, people like Chris Mellon, Lou Elizondo, and their crowd, like their people, are aware of my case. And he said, and because it's got the DNA evidence to it and that, they're really impressed with it. So he thinks that it could, once they admit UFOs and that, then it's going to go into the abduction. But apparently the American government are asking for amnesty. That's what he told me. And amnesty, so people can't sue them, mass class actions and stuff like that. So who knows, but I'm just blown away again that 31 years later, the Americans are just sort of coming across my case and thinking that it's the Holy Grail. And I'm like, guys, it's been here for 31 years,
Yeah.
It didn't happen yesterday. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, I guess Bill's right. If it doesn't happen in America, they're not interested at times,
That's what I've said this a lot on the podcast too. Like, why is America carrying the reins on this? Like,
why? Why do
around the world, yeah.
Why are we waiting for America and the Biden administration to turn around and tell the world, hey, yes, they're real, they're here, they're doing it? Why? I mean, there's been many governments that have already done it.
Yep.
Belgium government's done it. Even the Iranians have bloody done it. The Turks have done it, and they've released military craft chasing it. Like, a lot of them have done it, but for some reason, the world is just holding its breath and waiting for America to tell us the truth.
Yep. Yeah. It frustrates the crap out of me with that shit. It's like, why? We don't need them. We don't need to rely on them.
No, I don't know why we need the truth from them. They're not going to give it to you.
No. But it's just the way it is. But mate, look, I want to bring it back to I still got a few more questions here, and I got some questions in the comments here for you too. So the story you mentioned there when you were dangling through the roof of this lady there and above her, like, do you have any idea what the purpose of that whole that experience was?
Obviously sexual. I really don't want to talk about that stuff, but
that's all right.
I know I didn't like making someone, not that I did it out of my own accord. I didn't go there, but just to be involved in something where I saw someone react like that. And let's face it, she was frozen, maybe out of fear, or maybe paralyzed. How they paralyze, but she was helpless for me. She couldn't move, she couldn't fight, she couldn't even push someone away. I couldn't even say no. I couldn't say no. Stop! Don't do this. But they make it happen, and unfortunately, I was a part of it. And I'm not saying it was like rape or anything, because I didn't feel that. I didn't feel that, like it was sinister or bad. But just the fact that it was a person that bloody showed emotion and cried. That's why I said I'm so, so, so sorry, because I saw she didn't want to play that game. It wasn't something she chose to do. It was like you're making someone do something and they're not comfortable doing it. But there might have been a reason. There might have been something that we had that sort of
There's some sort of
gelled.
process.
Yeah, I've never looked into it because it really affected me, that case. It emotionally really got me. I've never even wanted to. Like, I read in that book, and people have said, "Why don't you find her?" And that, but I don't even want to go back and look at the book. I don't even want to read the page. Like, I should, because I want to include it. I want to include the page number and the title of the book in my book, so people can refer to it and look. So eventually I'll do it, but I'm sort of putting it on the back burner for now to do that,
Yeah,
because
that's
it
fair enough.
really, really got me emotionally, mentally sort of played with my mind for a while.
Yeah, which is understandable. That's one of the big things I mentioned too with this whole abductions thing with people they claim abductions. Like they don't give a shit who you are, where you are, what you're doing, or
Mm.
anything like that. Like, and the biggest part is none of it's consensual, or at least the fact that we're unaware if anything's consensual, and then the fact that you brought that up there, it just makes
Oh,
it a
look,
lot more
honestly,
horrible.
Anthony, these things about contracts, oh, they made the contract with you before you were born, or, 50 million years ago, oh, you gave
Yeah,
permission. That's crap, mate. That's crap. I think people get targeted for specific reasons. I mean, why would an alien be looking at me through a window when I was 22 days old? Why?
yeah, yeah,
You know, um, I'm going to be openly honest with you here, and I've probably never been this candid before, but I'm going to say that I believe that they could have even played a role in my mum being impregnated, or I think there's more to it than what we see.
yeah. Look, mate, I wouldn't put it past you.
Mm.
Like the amount of stories are going, like I'm guilty for one saying like, there's some sort of blood contract. I'm not saying it's like some agreement in the past or whatever, but it's just like
Yeah,
I'm more saying there's some sort of contract. I'm going to say contract, but it's something in the blood or the DNA and your family bloodline that is of interest
that's what I
to.
think it
Yeah,
is. It
yeah,
is. Yeah, it's DNA related, and it's in the family bloodline. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I've believed that for a long, long, long time, and the more like my mum talked after she said that in front of Bill, and I'd try and get my mum out of the house because she wasn't getting along with my brother. My brother was living with my parents, and he started giving him a bit of a hard time. So I'd go there every day almost and take one of them out just to get him out of the house. And I did that for about 4 weeks straight, almost every day. I'd take my dad one day, my mum the next, just to get him out. And yeah, we'd sit down and at a bench, and that we'd talk about things. And once she started to open up a little bit, dementia hit. And then I thought to myself, did dementia play a role with her talking about that? Or did dementia let her forget her fears and she opened up, you know? But I'm without no doubt in my mind that my mother has had some experiences as well. Um, it seems to happen through families anyway, and I know I shouldn't say this too loud, but I know with my own that they've had something. And look, I'm not going to mention a name here, okay? It's family, but I had someone at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll come home from work, security work, so I work late. And someone walked out of the room crying in total tears, and they buried their face in my chest, and I thought it was the worst nightmare they've ever had. And they were saying to me, Dad, just ask him to leave me alone. And like, why? And it's like, you know, Dad, just tell them to leave me alone. I just want to be a kid. I want to be a normal kid. Please, Dad, like begging with me. And I'm like, darling, you've had a nightmare. No, Dad, I think it's, and it's like they want me to do this puzzle. It's not a puzzle. It looks like a gun, but it's not a gun. I've got to put this bullet in it, but it's not a bullet. No, I don't want to do it, Dad. I just don't want to do it. Please, I just want to be a normal kid. And I'm like, who? Tell who? You know who. Like, when someone goes through that, how do you sit down with your child and talk about that? Like, yeah. And there's other things too, but I'm probably overstepped the mark there by even saying that. But yeah, there's things, and I get annoyed with people who talk about their kids in public. About they make out their kids are like star seeds, or they're having. You've got to protect your children. Like, this isn't a game. This isn't a TV show that you go on and you spend a week and then you go home and this is a life-altering experience. Last thing you want to do is put your kids, young kids, in that. We know it happens to kids as well. We don't. I'm not stupid. I'm not naive. It's happened to me as a kid, but let kids deal with it in their own time. Don't be that parent that wants the spotlight or wants the attention and does it through their kid's experience. That annoys me. Let the kid in their own time come out and do it. We got to protect our children, and especially with something like this. We don't fully understand this. I'm an adult. I don't even know, probably 10% of what's going on, and the rest is really, really up for conjecture and question. And who knows? Like, multiple reasons. Different aliens could be abducting people for different reasons. I mean, if we all knew that, people would be writing books and having the answers, and universities would be using this information, to educate people and that. But yeah, one thing I'd like to see is maybe universities taking this topic a bit more seriously, and getting some people in there with experience and knowledge, like Bill Chalker and others who have done this for years, and let them lecture on the topic and present it, put it out there. Why don't we do that? Why are we scared? Why are scientists or the scientific community, and they're scared of dealing with this? I don't understand. I think some people just don't want it to be true, and I guess it's better not to put the spotlight on it. So it just annoys me. It frustrates me, because I've been involved with this for a long time now, and every time I hear, "Oh, next year, the truth come out," it frustrates me. And I'm a normal, average person. I don't have, qualifications, university degrees, and stuff like that. And I can even think there should be educational programs about this stuff. This is really, really interesting field, and I think if the truth ever comes out, I think people, they won't be ready. I don't know. Some people say, "Oh, everyone's ready." I don't think they're ready for the psychological impact this will have on people's lives. I think people are ready to accept, okay, oh yeah, UFOs exist. The government just said it. But then what about the fallout, and what people have to deal with? Even the people now that are experiencing this thing, thinking their dreams are nightmares. Can you imagine when it becomes a reality, proved to be a reality?
Yeah.
You know?
Especially if it's like as sinister as it sounds, like like if it is something like I call ourselves like whatever's going on with these abductions, or even our world in general, like an alien ant farm, and they just do whatever the hell they want with us to go on for
Yeah,
whatever reasons. And
yeah.
like, it is going to be scary. I feel if it is as sinister as it sounds, is what they're doing and crap like that. So
Any
in a
any
sense,
big
yeah,
change,
it's gonna be.
any big change is scary, and
Oh yeah.
this will be a worldwide change. Like COVID was scary,
Mm.
COVID, we went through COVID for a couple of years. That was scary. So imagine having the alien thing thrown right in your face that it's a reality. That'll scare a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, I think everyone will be rushing in to get the bread and milk and toilet paper again. I think.
That's right. Well, the toilet paper first. That comes first.
Yeah,
We saw
they
we
come
saw
first.
people almost bash each other over toilet paper. So imagine over food.
Oh, mate. So anyway, I'm going to go back to your very personal encounters here. So look, going back to the story, there, like you mentioned that you had the blonde woman on top of you there, and the Asian lady, woman, kneeling down beside the bed. Well, like, was she clothed, or what was her sort of
No,
like?
they were both completely naked.
Yeah.
Both
Okay.
completely naked. The blonde female, I didn't see a belly button on her. The Asian female had a belly button, or I thought I could see a belly button, what looked like a belly button, but she was sitting down, so there was a crease, there was a fold there, so I couldn't really 100% say, yeah, it definitely, without a doubt, was a belly button, but I think I'd more assumed that it was. But yeah, just completely naked, and look, other than the features, the facial features, um, the blonde's body. I've seen athletes, I've seen models. This one had just special genes, just special DNA. When you talk about perfection, this female, it was perfection all over, head to toe. Like, yeah, very attractive. Um, yeah, but both were
Just basically
naked, both
described every
there.
man's fantasy, basically.
Well, I know that, and I get annoyed sometimes because, yeah, when I say to people, oh look, there was a blonde female, and there was an Asian female. Oh yeah, yeah, every man's sexual fantasy, and I'm like, but look, I'm not sexually attracted to Asian females, and I find them beautiful people. I've got a lot of friends that aren't that, but I don't, I wouldn't pursue like I don't know. I'm just sexually, I'm not there for that. And these days with wokeism and all that, you got to be very careful what you say. And I think that's why Close Encounters took that out, or didn't even mention the Asian side of it, because they could have done it they could have edited it in a way where it just gets a mention that she was on the bed at the
Involved,
time.
yeah.
But I don't know why, for what their reasoning was. But yeah, it disappoints me because it changes my story. That's what
Yeah,
annoys me the most.
that's right. So like, I'm gonna like ask a bit of a vivid question here. Like, do you feel like there was any sort of form of penetration in this whole experience?
Uh, as I said, I don't like to talk about it. That
Sorry to
should
put you on
tell
the
you.
spot.
When I say to you, I don't want to talk about it. That should tell you, because if it didn't happen, I'd be like, no, it didn't happen. So I'm not going to answer in the affirmative, but yeah, well,
That's what I thought. It was a bit vivid. Like, we're gonna get a bit,
yeah,
a bit
no,
detailed.
yeah, 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 yeah.
That's all right. So like,
I've said yeah 3 or 4 times, so you can get what you want out of that. But look, I'm not trying to make light of it. There was a sexual aspect to it. People
absolutely, yeah.
can look at it any way they want, but you know, yeah, it happened. Yeah,
Yeah, that's all right. No, that's all good. It's sort of like, it just brings it more to a grander perspective of like what the whole situation was and what the whole, I don't know, what do you want to call it, a process or the whole concept of what actually it happened. The people probably go, "Oh, she could have been just like sitting on top of you for whatever thing," but did anything actually
yeah.
happen? Is
No, there
the
was
concept, But
definitely. That's why I say there was a sexual aspect to it, but I'd rather not talk about it.
yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I like oh, I've got another question here. I'll ask that a bit later. What do you feel like when you said you bit at the breast of the what do you feel like you actually swallowed though? Like, like,
Look, at the time, I thought it might have been a little bit of skin, a little bit of flesh, and I got a bad reaction from it. Um, I mean, I'm sure if you bit someone and took a little bit of their skin and you swallowed it, you're not going to have a coughing fit.
no,
But yeah, at the time when I started coughing, and look, I felt something. I felt a little something go hit the back of my throat and go down. And at first, it felt like it might have got lodged there, but then it just got really burny, like acid burny feeling. Um, at first, I thought it might have been a little bit of flesh, but then when I looked at her, And she had that shocked look on her face, and her eyes were wide open, and she's looked at the other one. Something's gone wrong. He's done this wrong. And I'm looking at her, and I can't see a mark. I can't see blood. I couldn't even see like a red bite mark or anything. So that's where I'm thinking, was I given a tablet? Was I given some sort of something Viagra type? Because once I took the hairs off, I realized later on, and like through the day, I had an erection for 6 days. 6 hours.
Geez.
No, sorry, 6 hours. And in that 6 hours, I was in so much pain. I don't know if any man has had an erection for 6 hours and thought it was funny or great, but it gets painful, and it took me about 6 hours before, and that's where now I think Viagra wasn't in back then, and I didn't know about it if it was, but I really don't know when it came out in the mainstream, and I'm not sure. But when I look back now, I think, did they give me a tablet? And that's why I had that reaction to the tablet. I couldn't be 100%, but definitely I was aroused, and I was 6 hours of bloody, well, it wasn't as enjoyable as I thought it might have been.
That's fair enough too. So did you happen to take notice of the time? Like you said, it was like about seven in the morning, but like throughout the whole process there, like did you take notice of like what time it was after everything sort of finished, or like
Probably 15 minutes. About 15 minutes. The whole process was probably, but from the time where I sat up, from the time where I felt something jump on the bed to the time when they just vanished, to me it seemed like a couple of minutes. But then when I was looking at the time, when I looked at the clock, I probably got back home 7. It took me a couple of minutes to get into bed and put the cool on me and that. And then at 7:15, I reckon between 10 and 15 minutes, something happened there. But, I'm only remembering, I reckon, 2 minutes of it maybe.
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Have you obviously had a long time to sort of think this and try and go through the process of all your experiences in Canada and stuff? Like, have you determined like what kind of race these beings might have been?
The closest thing that I can compare to or say would be from images that are out there, would be Pleiadian, Nordic, or Pleiadian maybe. I've seen images where people say they've seen them and they tell them, we're Pleiadians from the planet, and the way they're that similar type,
Yeah.
blonde hair, milky white skin, larger eyes, very beautiful blue, which I haven't seen on this planet yet. I'm trying to find that bloody blue, and I still struggle. The blue in her eyes was just absolutely stunning. It was like this beautiful blue, and then it faded out lighter and light. The most amazing eyes I have ever seen. The only thing, I'd say maybe Pleiadian. That's the best bet I guess I'd take.
Yeah. Did the Asian woman have the same sort of coloured eyes as well? Like, I'm just trying to see if it's like
No,
it's a generic trait.
the Asian woman had more. I couldn't see. Her eyes were darker, but I could hardly see white in her eyes. Like there was white around, like sort of in the corners around the edges, but mainly black.
Yeah, okay.
Mainly
So it
black,
must be
where
like
the
just
blonde had blue eyes.
yeah, fair enough. Okay, so it's like one of it's like as if it's a trait that's all across the Pleiadians. Like I'm not really that familiar
Yeah,
with like the
the
descriptions of
Asian one, her skin color looked normal to me, like an Asian female, like a person, a little bit darker skin, like a tan, almost dark. The Asian one, I thought looked more human compared to the blonde one. The blonde one, you look at her, you knew you were looking at something that was
so
human,
she'd be more
but not
pure blood.
human. Yeah, but if at a glance at the Asian one, if you just glanced and looked away, you'd think, oh yeah, normal human, you know,
Yeah.
nothing stood out. But the blonde, she had the high cheekbones, she had the longer nose, but beautiful nose, not long as in Pinocchio. It
Mm.
just suited her length of her face.
Proportioned.
Oh yeah, well, her cheeks and the chin and just everything about her face was so chiseled, just perfection. I couldn't honestly, I couldn't find a flaw. I couldn't even find a mark on her skin. I couldn't see a mark on her body. No freckles, no nothing. Just plain milky white skin. And when I touched her, I thought I was gonna like it's gonna be like a ghost image, and my hands are gonna go right through her. But she was solid. She was right there. I reckon I could have put my arms around her and just squeezed her, like bear hugged her. I don't know if she could have broken from that, but and another thing people tell me, oh, did you talk? Did you did that? She was the one doing the communicating, and once again, as I said earlier, I'm the one saying, I'm not going to remember this. Why are you telling me this? You're speaking at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I'm not going to understand any of this. And it was like the thing I was feeling was like you will in when the time comes and sort of thing. I don't know, but yeah, I didn't get that sense from the Asian one. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. They could both be from the same species, And I mean, look at us humans. You compare Africans with Indians, and then American Indians, and the Middle Eastern people, and Asians, and we look like we all come from a different planet.
Yeah.
We all look different, and that's the same with them. Maybe I don't know. Or was the Asian female? Was she human, and was she interacting, showing how to interact, or watching? And then there was a connection where Bill Chalker traveled to China, and there was a female that they thought could have fitted that description. And she was saying that she had an experience with someone where a guy like me or something. It was really interesting. Like Bill made 3 trips to China, I think, and there was a lot of connections with the Yahoo. It was even the Taklamakan mummies and stuff like that. Um, that's why I get annoyed, honestly. It's such an interesting field. Once you put your mind into this, there are so many questions. There's more questions than answers, obviously. And that's what intrigues me. That's why I get pissed off with people who spend all their life, academics, they're studying all their life. You get an opportunity like this where there's certain evidence that points that you should be grabbing this topic and just researching the hell out of it to either prove it or disprove it. But look at it. Don't just put the blinkers on and just go, I'm only going to see what's in front of me. I don't care about the peripheral or what's around. That's it. And focus, have your tunnel vision. You can live life like that if you want. But, if I had their qualifications and the education that they've had, I'd be delving deep into this topic. Deep. Like, no, there'd be nothing stopping me.
Yeah. Unfortunately, two people are too afraid for their careers and that,
Yeah.
because the stigma that's still so attached to it all, and that, and the big taboo behind it, because thanks to the governments and again the US bloody doing their bullshit,
Well,
and
look at how many
it
pilots
just
have
throws it
lost
all
their
down.
jobs.
Yeah,
Look at how
exactly.
many pilots have lost their jobs because they were honest enough to report a UFO and they lose their job, you know? And they're the people that we trust our lives with. You've got 500 people on a plane and you're trusting the guy that's flying it. But as soon as that guy reports a UFO, even if he films it, people question his credibility,
Yeah,
and he was drunk. He must have been drunk. He had 500 lives in his hands and he landed the plane perfectly and they got home. Like, why don't you believe that a person with their credentials could see something and report it? You know, that's why I think this will drag on. This disclosure stuff will drag
yeah,
on a little bit, mate. And then as soon as it comes to a head, a bigger war will break out somewhere, and all the focus will go there,
yeah,
and then it's got to
exactly.
put on the. I've seen it happen many times over 31 years. I've seen it happen so many times. Look, we're getting off topic a bit, but Hillary Clinton, the Clintons actually wanted to release declassified UFO documents. I know that for a fact. And I know John Podesta, I think he ran her campaign saying that she will release UFO information. Now, I
Yeah.
know for a fact that they were going to do that, because when John Mack was here in 1997, I believe it was, he said to me, he said, Peter, in 2 weeks' time, when I go back to the States in 2 weeks' time, I'm meeting with the Clintons. People may not like this, but because Rockefeller funded John, they had that connection with the Clintons, right? So he said to me, he's going to sit down and talk to them. And he said, and the first thing I want to bring up is your case. He said, they'll be aware of your case. And they're going to really get into this. We're going to have a massive discussion about this. They're going to start releasing documents. 2 weeks went by. John was in America. The Monica Lewinsky shit hit the fan. The allegations and the denials that I never slept with that woman. I never had sexual, whatever with that woman. That all happened, and it just threw the UFO stuff into threw it out with the baby in the bathwater, basically. It was just crap. But I see that happen all the time. Every time we come to something where it's becoming interesting, something else happens and we just lose all control. So
Yeah.
I'm not holding my breath, but I'm hopeful.
Yeah. No, here's hoping that will.
Hope
It's like
so.
saying, like, like we had COVID, like when the US actually admitted to UFOs flying around. It was like in the middle of COVID, and no
Hmm.
one gave a crap about what the government was saying. There, everyone's too focused on trying to survive
That's
COVID.
right. That's right. And now we're getting this, and we have what's going on in the Ukraine, and it's good luck
Yeah,
in Russia, and it's going to escalate. We all know that. There's no end to that one, and people have all those concerns to worry about. They're not going to worry about UFOs when they think there could be a bloody world war. So that's a shit thing that we have to deal with most times, and it keeps repeating itself. It's just a pattern, and it's annoying. I hate it.
it is. It is shit. It's shit house. But here's
Mm.
hoping we get it. So another question I have for you too is pretty much regarding like everything that's sort of happened throughout your whole life and experience here. Like your friends were all frozen or you know inanimate on the top of the roof there. You had some sort of immunity there during your personal encounter with the we'll call them Palladians. Um, and you had a few other things there, like where you've broken through some sort of boundary there, where you were not supposed to be conscious or involved or have some sort of concept of what's going on in your surroundings there. So it makes me feel like, do you feel like you had some sort of history, like the history in your family, your whatever's going on in your life, has some sort of given you some immunity to the effects of what they can sort of do to, you know,
I, I
lost words in there, but yeah, have you got some sort of immunity? Do you feel in
look.
their effects?
I honestly believe there are millions of people in the world that are having these experiences that don't even know it, or that just put it down to a dream. But yeah,
Yeah,
there's when I talk to people and they seem to be switched off and they're taken, they have no memory in that, and they just have a little snippet here and there. And for me, I just seem to recall the whole experience consciously to a point, and then, like for example, in '88, I had that thing inserted in my head.
yeah,
Bang, I black out. But that's a physical thing that they did to me to do that. But when I was in Lebanon and the object was hovering above us, it obviously affected my friends, but I wasn't affected.
yeah,
So there must be something at play. Maybe I'm too stubborn. I don't know. Maybe they just can't get through to me. Maybe they can't brain put me, like as my brother said. He felt he had been. Mate, my brother said this in Arabic, and it was when I walked out of my room and tried to wake up my dad. This is in 1988, and it happened at my parents with the tall guys and the little hooded guys. I was in bed trying to call out to my dad and my brother, and I couldn't. I could think about what I wanted to say, but the voice would just never come out, and I was frustrated. And um, when I sprung out of bed and I went into the TV room, I started to wake up my dad, and I couldn't. So I started slapping him a couple of times, and I couldn't wake him. And then I went to my brother and I tried him as well. I slapped him a couple of times, and then he woke up. And first thing he said, and he said it in Arabic, he said, "I feel like I've been switched off." And I was like, didn't register with me then. But later on, years down the track, everybody I spoke to would say my family members were switched off. They were sitting next to me, laying next to me, but I couldn't get their attention. And there was a lot of frustration with people, like couples. Can you imagine you're laying in bed with your partner and your partner's having some sort of experience and they're trying to nudge you or touch you or get your attention so you can see, and you don't. And then in the morning they tell you, or that night they wake you up and say, "Oh, I just had this experience," and you turn around and go, "No, you were right next to me. You didn't go. You were sleeping. You had dreaming."
Yeah.
I can understand that. But some people, it seems to affect some people where they have no memory of it, and then some people have full conscious recall, and I'm one of the lucky ones that I have that full conscious recall. But what I would give to be able to have a conscious recall, I've been on the ship, like the Travis Walton example. He was on there and he remembers interacting and carrying that rod where he swung at them as a weapon or whatever. He has that memory, and he was able to move and to do things and to walk through the UFO and that. And that's where I think when it's your physical body and your astral body back together, they lose control. But when they're interacting with you on an astral level, you're gonna not remember it, or it's gonna be as a dream. That astral thing is another topic altogether, because I've had a couple of experiences where I've astral traveled and it's been amazing, but I can't do it at will. It's just happened to me about 3 times. It totally blows your mind, but it's real. And it happens astrally. It's not your physical body doing it. So when you go on that plane, you don't get hurt. You could get shot. You could get hit by a truck, a train. You don't get killed or anything, because you're not there. It's your ethereal thing. It's your astral. It's not physical, so nothing's going to harm you. And it's happened to me 3, maybe 4 times, but I'm sure 3. And I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and it's an uplifting experience. If anything, it's a bit euphoric, it picks you up. Yeah, it does. It picks you up, and I think your mind realizes too, and it opens up things there. It's not just like physical; it's mental. It's everything. It's an incredible experience, and people don't give that a lot of thought either. So it's all part and parcel of this whole abduction experience. And I just find the longer I'm involved in this field, the more answers I have, the more questions I have than my answers.
That's the problem.
My answers are very honestly, like, questions I've had and the answers I've got have been far and few, like more questions than ever before. The longer I get involved in this, the more questions I have, and hopefully one day they'll be answered, and we'll all understand what's going on. And look, I've had people walk up to me. I was working in Liverpool doing an event, and I went to buy some lunch, and these 2 guys were sitting at the cafeteria. And I don't know them, never met them. It's a public shopping centre, mind you. It's not like a workplace for me. I was doing an event there. And I'm putting my order up, and then this guy walks up to me and he goes, "Is your name Peter?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Man, I'm going to tell you something." He goes, "I'm Muslim, I'm Shia, and my friend is a Sunni Muslim." He goes, "I have watched your UFO stuff. I believe it." He goes, "He doesn't, because he's an idiot." He goes, "They believe in the jinn, Jin, but they don't believe in this." He goes, "But I'll show him." He goes, "I sat him down, showed him your video at my house. He still doesn't believe. And now he can see you're a real person. You're not someone making bullshit up." And he goes, "Can I tell you something, my friend?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "You are a modern day, what they used to in the old days, biblical times, call a prophet." He goes, "A prophet is someone who's had a contact with other worldly beings. And he goes, and you have. And he goes, in the old times, they call you a prophet. He goes, now you're called an abductee. And it resonated with me. I thought, wow, here's this Muslim guy believing my story and trying to convince another Muslim guy to believe it as well. I'm not saying that they're closed-minded and they don't believe, but yeah, I was like pretty impressed that the guy, was trying to open up someone's mind, at least to the topic. Like, you don't have to believe it, but at least look at it and ask the questions.
Absolutely. But the problem is, though, like, more questions you ask and the answers you get leads to more questions.
More questions, that I keep saying to you. Yeah, it's more and more questions. Honestly, yeah, I've got a million more questions than I did when I first started, and um, I thought I had a lot of questions then. Jeez. But look, as far as people out there, in a way, not that I wish it bad. I'm not saying this in a negative way at all, but I would love not to be in my shoes or walk in my shoes, but I would love everybody out there to have this experience, this contact. Let's call it contact,
Yeah.
because honestly, it changed my life for the better. And I hope that people are strong enough that it would change theirs for the better. Um, I think once we realize we're not the most special thing in the universe, and that there is life out there, and some of it is much, much more advanced and more intelligent than we are, maybe you might become better humans.
He's hoping. That's what I sort of feel like too. Like, if they got involved early in their ages, they like say like medieval or before with the world wars and that, like we could have been a much more civilized planet. Why the escalate? Like leave us to go on. I know there's the godly thing is like you let them go and do their own thing, don't get involved and blah blah blah. But I feel like it for our own sake, it could have been a much better outcome
Look,
if it's not as bad as it sounds like what they think they are.
I mean, let's ask this question. What's the worst that could happen if they told us the truth? What's the worst that could happen? Okay, they reckon society breakdown, religion breakdown, and now 30 years ago, the religious people used to say, no, aliens don't exist. No, we're the only things God
Mm.
created. Now, they say God created all things, and if he wills it, they will one day meet. So the thinking's changed, and I reckon if we have this experience, it'll change us. It'll change our whole mindset, our whole thinking. And honestly, why won't they? Can you imagine what world we'd be living in, Anthony, now if we were told the truth 50 years ago?
Yeah. Oh, mate, we would have adapted on the spot. Nearly. Well, it would have been a bit of chaos at the start there, but we would have adapted.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
whatever.
Then like I was saying now with religious people too, um, it's became it was they don't exist. They don't exist. I'm sorry, we're the only creatures that beings that God made. To now, they're demonic. Oh yeah, okay, aliens are demonic. And oh, if aliens come, it's Project Blue Beam. It's all
Mm,
bullshit. It's the government. You're never going to satisfy the non-believers.
no, you won't.
Never. You bring a UFO, you bring an alien, you stand it right in front of them, and they'll say, "Oh, it's fake. Someone made it. It's a toy or whatever." If they're not going to believe, they're not going to believe. And I think religious people should accept that, because God, I don't think God is limited. God is so powerful. He's not limited to being boxed into one thing, create one type of being, and that's it. And the whole universe has one creature in it, one being. I think God is a creator, and he would have created beings all around the universe,
Yeah.
in his form, and maybe in some other form. But yeah, I just think we're ready for all this, and it disappoints me that we have to have American Senate inquiries or whatever, all these witnesses coming forward and stuff. And you know, I I feel sorry for David Crush too, because the people who gave him all that information, why aren't they coming forward? You know,
Yeah.
Right, they coming forward. They're the ones that saw it and touched it and investigated it and
Yep.
experimented on it. And in that panel we had up in Cardwell, you asked the question, and I didn't want to upset people there, and it was about Bob Lazar. Why hasn't Bob Lazar come forward? I thought I had to be very careful what I said there, because I know a lot of people are big on that. Bob Lazar's case had a good impact on me, a positive impact, but what people don't understand is the government turned on him. They tried to make him a no person.
Yeah.
Um, his credentials were questioned, but then every now and then when they go to dismantle his credentials, there was some sort of link there that substantiated that he was involved in those things.
Yeah.
It wasn't 100% solid, but there's always something. And to me, I think it was the government trying to take that away from him, his credentials, where he went to school, where he worked, what he did. And when the question was asked, why hasn't he come forward when David Crash has, and why this is opportunity for Bob Lazar? I think because of all that the microscope that he lived under and the scrutiny and what he's had to deal with, I think he's like jaded so bad that I was surprised he did the interview with Joe Rogan. I thought,
Yeah.
yeah, I thought he'd be way, like, no, I don't want to do this anymore. But I tried to bring him out. I think it was about, when would it be? 1998, 99, 99, I think it was. And it was such a costly project. Like we were a non-profit organisation, we'd hold
Mm.
meetings, and whatever money we got, we'd use that to fund the thing. And I'd put some money into it when I could. But we were looking at something like 12 grand just to bring him out here, and then accommodation and allow food allowance, and then take him around and show him the sights of Sydney, because I'm like that. I don't just let him sit in their hotel. Yeah, I was disappointed about that, but I can understand why he wouldn't go public now. I mean, come forward and give evidence that they have thrown a lot of question marks about his credibility and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
why would you? Why would you do it? He's not getting anything out of it. He's just be. But it'd be great to see the people who gave David Crash the information to come forward. And I
Yeah.
read somewhere that there were some who were going to, but changed their mind. That's annoying. That's
It is.
a cop out.
Yeah. I remember the question, like, we were discussing the Bob Lazar there, and how I sort of found him more credible because he hasn't really tried to monetize it,
Yeah.
off the whole thing there. And like I remember you mentioning the manager there asking for like 12 grand to come over, and I can't remember who I was discussing it with, but I said, "Who's to say like Bob Lazar was asking for the 12 grand? It could be the manager
No,
being
no, it
greedy."
wasn't. It was
And
his agent. It was his agent. It
so the
wasn't.
agent, sorry, the agent. So that's what I'm thinking of. Agent,
Yeah,
not
the
manager.
agent asked for
Um,
$2,000 fee for him and 10,000 to bring Bob Lazar out. And you
yeah.
know what?
But
Look,
who's
I
to say
was going to
the
bring.
agent wasn't trying to money off it, like make money out of it?
Yeah, yeah, 100%. I spoke
Yeah.
to Travis. Travis and I spent some time together here with his ex-partner, Dana, and I spoke to him about bringing him out in 1997. And we had to work around his work schedule because he had been taking a lot of time off for conferences and traveling around the world. And he said, "Look, I'll fit it in. We'll do it, but let's fit it in through my work schedule because I'm starting to push the wrong buttons there. That people are starting to get annoyed." But that didn't eventuate, and it was probably going to cost about 10 grand by the time you fly him out, accommodation. I understand, yeah. Like if
Yeah.
I got flown to Japan in 1996, and it would have cost them with accommodation, airfares. Um, I had a chauffeur-driven limousine and stuff like that. It would have probably cost them that. But I was looking at it back then from a point of view of a non-profit organisation who
Yeah.
really wasn't doing it to make money. Like
Yeah.
whatever money we made went to help people do their counselling, do their hypnotherapy if they chose to. I always advised people, always said to them, use hypnotherapy as a tool, but never as a source of answers. So whatever comes
Yeah.
through hypnotherapy, take it on board, but don't take it as solid evidence. I've always believed that. And
Mm.
I've seen nothing to suggest that it shouldn't be that. I've never seen any. like the guy that failed the lie detector test, he had been under hypnotherapy sessions, multiple hypnotherapy sessions, and he remembered so many things. But when the lie detector, well, the polygraphs, I hate using the word lie detector, polygraph test was done and he failed it, I felt so sorry for the guy, because maybe he failed on the memories he got through the hypnotherapy
Yeah.
session, but not the actual original experience that he had himself. I think he had an experience, but it was blemished a lot under hypnotherapy. And
Yeah,
I think that
I've spoken to a couple of hypnotherapists there, and like that's the biggest thing is like some people will guide them through the experience. They're leading, like giving
some people
questions
will lead them. Yeah.
to lead them to something that's
Yes.
could be alien, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas there's all like the methods they should be using is like, well, what happened next, you know?
Yes.
What do you
Yes.
see? Like not
And
saying like,
that's,
oh, what's the being you're seeing, you know? What's that kind of
yeah.
thing.
We had four hypnotherapists involved in our group when it first started, and one of them, I mean, there was no way I was going to use. It was a female. There was no way we were going to use because we actually sat in on one session and the most leading questions you can imagine and cracking up, laughing through it. Like this is the hypnotherapist laughing because all the leading questions she was asking were building on what she wanted to say and do a comment about it. And it was questions like, okay, how many aliens did you see? And the guy was like, oh, five. Five. Oh, was there how many female, how many male? And it just like leading, and it'd get worse and worse. And then it got to the point where it was all about her belief systems and trying to verify that through hypnotherapy. So I thought, no, this is not good. So yeah, use hypnotherapy as a tool, but don't use it as a source of answers. Don't think whatever you remember under hypnotherapy is 100%.
Yeah,
It's not.
that's fair enough. So I do have one quick question there to just quickly go back to your experience there in Lebanon, with the UFO dropping down. Um, any idea what that could have been? Like what was behind having a need for drop down for whatever reasons?
The feeling what I think about it, I think because they had control of all the kids there, not me. I don't know if they thought, because I know it was through telepathy, and maybe they thought if they got closer, they could make that closer contact or something. That's the only thing
Yeah,
I can think of,
yeah, I was sort of
just to
thinking the
get
same stuff.
closer to us. But it did drop twice, and it would have dropped, I'd say, between 5 and 10 meters. And at first, it was about 20 meters above us, and then the closest it got to us would have been between 10 to, yeah, I'd say just over 10 meters. And yeah, I could have grabbed a rock off the roof and thrown it. I reckon I would have hit it, but I couldn't have reached out and touched it. No way.
Yeah,
But yeah,
no,
but
that's
I,
fair
I
enough.
think they got closer to us to maybe get control of me,
Yeah,
or maybe
that's right.
maybe they wanted me. Maybe they wanted me not to be under that, you know, paralysis thing where they're like statues. Maybe they wanted me active so they can do so. I don't know. If I remembered what happened between the time we're on the roof and the time we're down on the steps sitting there, if I could fit that gap in, because our parents said they were looking for us. There was like a 2.5 hour, 3 hour missing time,
Yeah,
and we weren't around. So the parents are calling out now. Were my friends up on the roof still frozen for that time? And was I taken? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I wish I could somehow remember, but the last thing I'm going to do is go into hypnotherapy to remember that. Because to me, if the memory's coming, if it's there, if it's in it, it'll come to me.
yeah.
And maybe I'm
I
not
was sort of
supposed to
curious on
remember.
that
Maybe I
too.
can't understand what happened to me back then. Maybe I just can't understand it. I can't, you know,
Comprehend it. Yeah,
process it, and I can't. Yeah, and I can't understand it. So I can't. I don't deal with it.
yeah. Because I was sort of curious on that too. Like you said, there was like about 2 3 hour missing time there, and it's like surely someone would have gone on the roof in that
No,
during that
I
time
don't
there.
think. I don't think the parents would have gone on the roof simply because there was that, like there was the whole neighborhood and all the roofs were flat. Now, if we could have been playing at anybody's house They wouldn't necessarily thought, oh, they're playing at this family's house, let's go up on their roof. They wouldn't have even thought. They would have thought we're in the paddock, because we used to have open fields, and there'd be a lot of fig trees. Our whole town was known for olives and fig trees, and we'd go in a paddock, and our parents wouldn't see us for hours, and we'd be sitting in a tree and eating figs, or picking chestnuts off a tree, or almonds off a tree, and we'd just break them and eat them, and we'd spend time. There was another time that I didn't even bring up before, but as kids, we went and grabbed food from home. Everybody grabbed, a bit of bread, a bit of this cheese, a bit of whatever, tomato, cucumber, whatever. And then we went out in the paddock, which is behind our houses, and we put 2 sticks in the ground, tied a rope to it, and threw a bed sheet over it, made it like a tent. And while we were sitting there, it was daytime. It was like, 2, 3 o'clock. And we're sitting there playing. Within no time, this whole tent lit up. And I don't remember anything except us running through the field, and the last person screaming to wait for them because they thought something was going to grab them. And then we've run home. But as we're running home, it was darker. It wasn't 2, 3 o'clock. It was more like maybe 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Everybody ran to their own home. We just ran home. We didn't even talk about it. But the whole area where we were just lit up, like the SCG or, Melbourne Cricket Ground. Just that powerful light just lit up the whole thing. And we left all the food in that there. We didn't go back. Then the next day, we took a couple of our brothers with us, older ones, teenagers, and they came back with us and helped us pack things up. We just put everything in the sheet, rolled it over, tied it, and just carried it back, and someone carried the 2 sticks. So we were hoping that we'd stay there and camp overnight. We were little kids, we thought we were scouts, and in Lebanon, scouts are big, like really big. They have major meetings, and they have big bonfires, and the scout movement in Lebanon is very, very big, and they get trained almost military style training. It's not just the badges and stuff like that. They actually do things. We were sort of living that, trying to mimic that and try and copy our cousins who were in the scouts, and they had the gear and the clothes and the badges, and we were just having a bit of fun. And then it turned where we got so scared that we didn't want to go back there. Look, honestly, that's why I want to write the book, because there's just so many experiences. That's why I want to get them all in there and have them all in the one place. And that way it's a historical record that, my children, my grandchildren, hopefully will look at. And maybe by then it'll be all out in the open and everybody accepts it and they look at it in a different light,
Yeah. Mate, it's fascinating, and I hope it's going to work out well for you too. And hopefully I'm not stealing too many of your stories that are going to your book either.
No, it's all right, mate. It's not a problem. There's going to be a few photos in there no one's seen, and
that's cool.
That'll be interesting. So, yeah.
That's awesome. So I have a question here from Colleen. She's saying, "Hi Peter, fascinating listening. I wonder why it was 8 years between encounters, or is it possible you've had more but don't remember?" So thanks for sharing your story.
Actually, it wasn't 8 years. When the biochemists and that started looking into my case, they worked it out at about every 4 years. It seems like every 4-year period. Like if you think about it, 1988, at my parents' house, that experience. Then 1992, 96, 2008 also. Then 2017 with the bird thing, and then 2022 with the scratches. They suggested that there was a 4-year thing, but I don't see that pattern all along. There's times where it's not 4 years, but there's been a couple that have been 4 years apart, probably 2 or 3.
Yeah.
92, 1988, 92, 96, definitely 4 years apart.
Yep. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
this is a question that's sort of asked really early on into the show. Like so probably would have just put the connection like it might have been an 8-year period between till we got further
Yeah.
along. So, but that's all good. So I got Joanna also asking here, did John Mack put you under hypnosis, and what did he say about your experiences there? So, what was the results out of the
Okay.
hypnosis?
As I said before, when I met Professor Mack, and honestly, I wish I could have given you some photos to put up. It would have been really interesting. I first met Professor Mack at the Transpersonal Association meeting. It was done in a church in the city, and that church was going to be demolished apparently, and developers were going to. And I hope they haven't, because it was a beautiful historic church. But I met him there, and then the next day I picked him up, and we went down to Bankstown into Pacific International Hotel. And we've got a picture of myself, John Mack, Bill Chalker on one side of me, and then Dominique, who was John's partner at the time. And I remember John saying to me there in the foyer, it was a nice hotel, it had a really nice rainforest foyer. Anyway, John said to me, "Peter, how much did this cost you?" And I was like, "It's not the cost, John. It's the impact this will have on the people that you're going to meet, And he was like, "Look, I'm used to, in America, going down laneways and little alleyways and, into someone's basement, because it's all so underground and hidden." And he goes, "And here you are at a, 5-star hotel, and you're putting on a thing about UFOs, and they all the stuff. No." He goes, "I haven't done this in America." I was like, "Oh, okay." And so we did the workshop. He found his family interesting. He spoke to them, spent a bit of time with them. And then we came back to my place after the workshop. They stayed here most of the night. I think I dropped them off at the hotel about 3 a.m. And anytime they came out, John and Dominique came out. They'd come out like 2 weeks here, Arnhem Land, couple of weeks, whatever. But when they're in Sydney, it was the whole time was with us. My son Stephen would have been about um, 2. He was in a pram, actually. I've got a picture of us at the Opera House, and there's John, myself, Stephen in a pram, and Dominique and Viv. And Dominique's playing with the yo-yo. She was making Stephen laugh because the way she was playing with the yo-yo, and we took a picture of it. So we've got some great memories. The last photo I've got of John Mack is at the airport, seeing him off. That was the last time I saw him alive. But yeah, he put me under hypnosis. He had a psychiatrist, a female psychiatrist, that sat in on the session. And what John, when he did it, John's regression sessions are into breathing. It's all that deep breathing, and you breathe for about 20 minutes. It's tiring, but it clears your mind, And anyway, eventually he put me under, and when I was describing the little hooded creatures, one at the foot of the bed and the 2 on the right side of the bed, and describing what they looked like and how horrific how demonic they looked, how evil they looked, and how scared I was. And when I was describing this, I was sweating, my heart rate was up. He could see I was stressed. And then as soon as I turned, with the corner, not that I could move, but my eyes, I had them open. And you know what? If I had my eyes closed that night, I would have thought I was dreaming. But I just got to bed. I turned my TV on, I crossed my legs, and I put my hands behind my head, and I went to lie on the bed. And as my hands hit the pillow, I felt something grab me around my ankles. And then I had pins and needles falling up through my body, from my legs, all up from my body, top of my head. And I said, at the time, I described it like thousands of ants crawling from my scalp. But now I describe it as static electricity, because I understand that now. But I was petrified 1 minute looking at these evil-looking creatures, and then as soon as I made eye contact with the goldish color, blonde, tall one with the big black eyes, I felt completely calm. And it was within seconds, like a couple of seconds, I was petrified, and I wanted to get up and fight and kick and punch. And then all of a sudden, I'm totally calm. And what happened in the regression with John, the exact same thing. When I was describing the little hooded creatures, I was petrified. And you could see I was sweating, my heart rate. And then as soon as my eyes made contact, and I'm telling him I saw that, like I'm reporting what I'm seeing, my heart rate, the sweating went, everything. And then later, after the show, after the regression, he was talking with the female psychiatrist, and she said to him, I've never, ever, ever, in all the time I've been a clinical psychiatrist, I've never, ever seen anybody, their body act like that. She said he was petrified 1 minute, he was sweating, and then in a second or two, that whole change, he became completely calm. And that impressed him, I think, to see that a reaction like that under hypnotherapy. But I only did one session with John, and we just, I don't know, we just hit it off, and he just supported my case. Actually, Bill Chalker gave him a copy of his manuscript for Hair of the Alien, and unfortunately, John was killed in 2004, and the book was printed in 2005. I asked John if he'd write the foreword to that book, and he would have. It didn't eventuate, but yeah, that was a sad thing that happened. So it crushed me. So losing John, but yeah, he was a good person to work with, very professional, very empathetic. He had empathy to people. He had feelings. He really, what resonated with me the most was that he had compassion and understanding, and didn't judge people, although some of them were obnoxious at times, trying to milk everything they could out of him, and I hated that because I never did. And you know what impressed him with me too? We had the workshop. I ran the workshop, introduced everyone and everything and ran it, but never discussed my case. And then when we were coming to my house in the car, he said, Peter, why didn't you talk about your case? And I said, this is for everyone else, John. Like, I'm coordinating. This is to help them, not me. And so we sat down and talked about it here, and you know, he heard basically most of it. And we just clicked, mate, because I wasn't trying to take anything off him or get him to push my case, or you know, I just treated him as a friend, and I think he appreciated that. Where a lot of people he gets in touch, you know, he's in contact with, they're always trying to gain something out of meeting him, you know. Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's fair enough too. Yeah, it's a shame. It's always the good ones that go, isn't it? That goes early.
yeah, yeah. It is, and unfortunately, like we lost Bud Hopkins as well, and Australia
Yeah,
here we lost Rex Gilroy, and there's been a few, sadly, but even now, Bud Hopkins' partner or ex-partner, sorry, um, Carol Rainey, she's in hospital and she's not doing too well. So our prayers
that's
go out
good.
to her. She's in
Yeah.
hospital at the moment. They've moved her in there, so it's gradually going downhill. But yeah, we seem to be losing a lot of people who are good people,
Mm.
you know.
I suppose we are sort of getting a bit of that time, aren't we? Like, there's what, 40, 50 years of
Yeah, yeah, I
those sort of
understand
the
that
high
too.
notes of, and it's getting that time,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I got another one here from Jane. We sort of did discuss this a little bit earlier. So she's asked, do you feel you might be under a contract? She's saying Anthony can explain that. If you so do, you want to break the contract if you want to, or if you don't want them to visit anymore. So basically,
I
yeah,
don't believe I'm under contract. I don't believe in past life I've given someone permission to do this. That's my belief, but no, I don't want it to stop. As I said before, the most profound thing we can experience is a mysterious, and I'm all up for it. I, it's not like I'm a glutton for punishment or anything. It's an experience that not too many people have, and I feel, I'm not going to say privileged. Um, a lot of people use the word chosen, but I don't know. I can live with it. I can live with it. I can have the experience tomorrow and I live with it. I cannot have it and I can live with it. It doesn't rule my life. It doesn't run my life. It doesn't take over my life. You know, it's a part of my life, obviously, but look, if you walk out of my office in my house, you would not think I believe in UFOs. There's nothing in there. in my house to suggest anyone walk in will go, oh, look, he believes in UFOs and that. My office door's closed. No one sees this unless I invite him in here. So it's not like it's taken over my life and I don't do anything except this UFO stuff and that, you know. I work in the building game. I work in security. I've been doing security for 18 years. Um, you know, I have a life and I don't let this be everything in my life. I mean, it's big, don't get me wrong,
Mm.
but it doesn't run my life, you know, it doesn't rule my life.
Yeah, well, it certainly comes across like you don't come across as entitled to the whole thing either. Like, you know, that's the biggest thing
No,
is that sort of I'll read from you anyway. Like, you don't feel like you don't really own it. You know, you experience it, but yeah, like I said, like, you're not trying to gain anything out of it personally.
no, not
Which
interested
is
in that, mate. Like,
yeah,
honestly, I think
which
there's
is
a lot
wonderful.
more important things than money sometimes, most times actually. And yeah, money does help, you know, when you don't have to worry about your bills and that. But I was never, look, when I started the support group, it was about helping people. I
Mm.
was never in this for money. I never even thought you could make money out of this. I don't know. I don't know, Anthony. Do you know any people who were millionaires because they're into the UFO field? Because I don't.
I know one. I don't know if they're a millionaire, but Stephen Greer maybe. If you had pointed him
Yeah,
out.
well, yeah. Then you got a couple of rich people that came into it later, but I don't know any people who've had the experience. And look at Travis; he's got a case that is so famous. You know, they made the movie
Yeah.
about it and all that. Travis is no millionaire.
No, he's still working. He's
He's still
still everyday
working.
life. Yeah.
He got paid $100,000. I know this for a fact. He got paid $100,000 by Paramount when they did the film, and he got upset obviously because they changed a lot of things in that. But that 100,000 didn't make him rich. It might have helped with some bills and that, but I don't know anyone in the field. Honestly, look, Bill Chalker's been doing this for a long time, years, and he writes for articles and he's written books, and he struggles. I don't know any too many people in this field. I don't know any myself personally that are millionaires or loaded, and because of the
Yeah.
UFO
Or at
story they're
least quit their
telling.
day jobs anyway.
Yeah, maybe through their day jobs, but through the UFO thing, no, you
Well,
don't
no, I
do
mean,
it.
like, they haven't quit their day jobs to go and, pursue the
No, no,
UFO
that's
thing.
right. They're still working. But I mean, Bill Chalker was a scientist, and he retired for 10 years, and he was doing doing the UFO stuff and that, but he couldn't survive. He had to do security, so I got him work with me. We worked together in security. Um, yeah, if anybody in this country should be rich from it, it's probably him because he's written so many articles and investigated so many cases and that. But it doesn't, being involved in this doesn't bring you money. It doesn't necessarily.
No?
When people say, "Oh, they're in it to make money," you just got to laugh because they don't know what they're
Yeah.
talking about.
No, that's it. Like, and I'll claim that myself too. I've got no interest in trying to make money out of this at all. I don't ask people for money. The only thing I get out of this is the ad revenue from Spotify. That's it.
But
And that's
I
kind of the
bet you
rule.
through,
And I've got no interest
you
in it.
know, yeah, I bet you, like you might get. Hopefully, you get sponsors for the podcast. But before that, if you're interested in the field and that, you weren't making money out of it.
No.
It's not a thing where people can make it a profession. And okay, even my story, it's a good story. It's well documented. I don't make money out of it.
No.
Let anybody come forward. Any documentaries I've done, let them come forward and say we paid Peter Khoury 10 grand or 20 grand to do the story. It was a paid story. And there's no chance you'll get that.
Yeah.
So they get it off. Like now, I'm upset with YouTube because you showed a little bit of footage there early on, and they cut it off because, well, they've sanctioned you now for a week because you're showing my story that I didn't get paid for, that the company got paid. They made money selling it,
Yeah.
and they should be happy because they made money. But we're not making money out of this. You're showing it
No.
tonight. What are you making? Like, why would they sanction that? Why would they bloody stop that? And
Yeah. Stupid
you know,
copyright issues. That's all it is.
copyright issues. It was a 10-minute segment. It was about me. You didn't use any other people in the show. There were
No.
other cases. There was 6 episodes. You only used the 10-minute segment, you know,
Yeah,
not
no,
even.
that's bullshit.
And it's about me. Like, it's when you're not trying to push someone else's thing and use that to make money. You've got a guest on the show and you're showing something that should be taken into account. Like, it's just
It's silly.
ridiculous.
It is. It's stupid and petty. And like I
Yeah.
said, like I'm not here to make money out of this thing. I've got no interest in it. I've had sponsor people come forward with me to be a sponsor for the show and that sort of stuff. I turned them down. I said no, look at that. I've got no interest. And like my biggest thing here is like I want people's experiences there to be held accountable. I want their experiences to be credible, accounted. You know, everything that's happening in the world here was for them to sort of like to make the rest of the world understand that things are out there and strange encounters or whatever the hell's out there. I want people to understand that there is a reality out there of strange things happening, and that's why I do this. That's my passion behind it.
Look, I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. If out of all the millions, hundreds of thousands or millions of reports around the world of sightings and abductions, if there's 1% of that number that's
Yeah,
legit, and it seems to be with the evidence we're looking at now, with the military stuff and that, there's physical evidence, radar, trace case, everything. We definitely have an interesting topic to study. And let's not be
absolutely.
scared of it. Let's get in there and do it. I'm happy to guinea pig my case myself, put myself out there, let them dissect my case, let them dissect my, and whatever they want. I'm happy to put it out there and let them do it. Let them analyze it, test it, check it, question it. That's what I want. But people aren't interested in doing that. They're just
Yeah,
shoot from the hip, make a comment, move on. That's it.
yeah,
They
and
don't
self
want to
gain.
invest the time. Yeah, people don't want to invest the time.
That's it. So I do have another question here too from Colin, and I'm guessing it's going to be someone you didn't really want to make mention of when it comes to the hypnosis side of things. Asking the question: have you thought about seeing or have you seen Mary Wadwell?
Mary Rodwell.
Yeah.
Mary and I have a history. We've known each other for a long time. I respect Mary's work, um, providing assistance for people and hypnotherapy and that. As I've said before, I'm not big on hypnotherapy, but does that question, the person who asked the question, do they want me to be frankly honest or do they want me to be politically correct?
With me,
But
mate, I don't give a
I'm
shit
going to
about
be
politically
frankly
correct.
honest. I'm going
I'm
to
all
be
about honesty.
Mate, I'm going to be frankly honest. Mary, I have a respect for Mary, but I don't agree with a lot of her research and comments that she makes about like star children, the DNA being manipulated, or they're finding DNA in bloodline, stuff like that. Where's the evidence? Where's the backing? Where's the cases you're working on? And when Mary did the show, My Mum Talks to Aliens. Not that she does. That was supposed to be a running title, and that Mary was really pissed off and upset that they ended up using it as the title to go to air, because they always told her she didn't like that title, because Mary's never seen an alien, never spoken to one. So when the title said My Mum Talks to Aliens, she took offence to that, and I commend her for that because she stood her ground. But they sucked her in basically, and went and used they used that same title. But anyway, my issue with Mary was that when they were doing this film, the show My Mum Talks to Aliens, my case was not mentioned. She did the debate in Canberra with one of the lecturers there, and I know it was, the whole room was packed with his students, and he gave her a hard time. Her presentation her argument in the debate wasn't the best, and never mentioned my case. Talked about things, DNA, whatever, but never said to him, okay, there's a case with Peter Khoury. This is the evidence. How do you discredit that? Try and, nothing. Now, as the show went on, the producers were calling me and asking me to get involved. And I kept saying, no, I don't want to be involved. I had my reasons. And then anyway, about 3 months down the track, one of the main producers called me and he said, Peter, if you really believe in this topic and you want to give it credibility, we think you should get involved, because everything Mary is putting forward as evidence, it's crumbling. And she was putting the evidence to her son, Chris. She had to impress her son, Chris. And Chris wasn't being impressed. So then eventually I agreed to do the show, right? And they had me on an interview with Kerry Ann Kennelly, and booked for one. Oh, sorry, I didn't do it, but I was booked for it. And then they also did there was a magazine. I'm trying to remember the magazine, which it's not, I've lost it. But anyway, they did a 3-hour interview with me over the phone, and they were going to run the article in the magazine, and then I was going to do Kerry Ann Kennelly in the morning, Good Morning Australia, or whatever the show was. And I got a call from the publicist. I was at work, and she said, "Oh, look, we're going to tell them that you're one of Mary's clients." And I went, whoa, hold on right there. I'm not actually one of Mary's clients. I'm a colleague. Mary and I are colleagues. We're both investigators. We're both researchers. I run a support group. She does therapy. I'm not her client. Oh, okay, mate. Like within the next half hour, the Kerry Ann Kennelly thing got cancelled. The magazine article didn't get run, and I wasted 3 hours of my time. No one paid me for that, to do that interview. And it was because I stated fact, and I said, I'm never, ever been a client of Mary. Mary has never investigated my case. And that annoyed me a little bit. And then another issue I had was when Mary wrote her first book, she claimed in there that she founded the first support group in Australia in 2003. Whereas a matter of fact, and she had spoken at our group meeting, she knew very well that we had started the group 10 years earlier in 1993, and acknowledged it to me that over the phone that she made a mistake, and she promised me that in her next book she would change that and apologize and correct it. And the next book came out and it didn't happen. Now, I still have respect for Mary. I love her. I like her. I've got no issues with her, but they're little things that, sort of stand in the way, if I can say that. But other than that, no, I have not worked with her. I have not done hypnotherapy sessions with her. No.
Yeah, that's good. I'll have to go and apologize there, because I was making an assumption there that the woman that you said that was laughing whilst during, making a story up whilst during a hypnosis there that you observed there. For some reason, I was assuming it might have been Mary Rodwell, but I'm thinking surely it can't be her. Like, she's a lot more credible
No,
and a lot
no, no,
more
no. It was someone
empathetic on
else.
that sort of regard.
Mary,
So, but
Mary
that's all
wasn't
right.
involved. Mary was never involved in our support group structure or the professionals on board, like the hypnotherapists and counselors and so on. She was living in Perth at the time, I believe, so she was in a
Yep.
way different state. And yeah, no, we've worked together. I've referred cases to her. She's referred people to me. Someone from Sydney calls her. Like, we work together. Like, we got a good working relationship. But for some reason, some people got the impression after the show, My Mum Talks to Aliens, that I was one of Mary's clients, and the show insinuated that in a way.
Yeah,
But
fair enough.
yeah.
No, that's all right. That's cool. That's all right. So I just want to apologize on that, because I was making a bit of an assumption there in my own head there, going,
Yeah,
"Sure, it can't
no,
be
no,
her."
no,
That's all right.
no, it's all
So
right.
I've got another one here from Chris. He's where do we go with that one? Would you do a DNA test to see if there is anything unusual in your DNA?
100%.
Yeah.
Anytime. Yeah, anytime. And I'm surprised. Well, look, I think they took a hair sample from me, and they took one off my wife at the time. But no blood testing, or, I don't think they were thinking that way at the time. I think they were just focused on the DNA from the females, or
Yeah.
from the
No, fair enough.
hairs. And look, I want to make this point, and I know Bill disagrees with me completely. When I got the hair samples, when I removed them, I remember one was almost clear, like it was like a fishing line, a thin fishing line. And I put it in the bag, and then the other one, the shorter one, the one that was like wrapped in a C, as a C, that was darker. To me, it looked darker, and I instantly, straight away, assumed that the thinner, longer one, the transparent one, was from the blonde, because I saw her hair. She had wispy blonde hair that, was whitey transparency. So I knew that hair is from her. And the other one, I personally thought that it was from the Asian female, because it was a bit darker and thicker in my eyes, right? Now, Bill tells me that when they put them under the microscope, they put them together and they could see that it was one hair, but it was broken. Now, I thought the hair would be the same thickness from the root up to the shaft, but what I was looking at, the smaller piece was thicker, and if it came from that piece of hair that had the root, it would have had to be from the top section of it, which I assume would be thinner, not thicker. I don't know, but my opinion, and to this day still, I very strongly feel that those two hairs were one from the Asian, one from the blonde.
Yeah, fair enough. So
Yeah.
it makes me thought of one or two, like how long ago was it that, I think you might have mentioned too, I can't remember now, but how long ago has it been since the hairs got tested?
Well, it was 6 years after 92. I had the hair for 6 years, so about 98. I think it was 98 that they got tested. So it
Right,
was
so it would
about
have been
6
20,
years.
yeah, 20,
Sorry?
25 years nearly, just about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, and when I spoke to Horace, the biochemist, I remember when he said to me, "There's still a piece of hair left. You can keep that." And he said, and he's got a little vial with a little bit of DNA that's sitting in his safe at home. So
Yep.
it's just a little tube, and it's got a minute drop of DNA in there. But he said to me, DNA it's in infancy stage at this time. We don't know what could happen in 20, 30 years. He said the technology could improve so much that from that bit of DNA, they might be able to clone something. That was said to
Yeah.
me. Now, since then, I've set the bill. Can you ask Horace to check and find that vial or that tube that's got the DNA? I've just got to, all he's got to do, I guess, is look into the safe and see if it's there. But when someone tells me something about my case, especially evidence related, I don't forget. I
Yep.
note it, I make notes of it, and I keep it, and I know that you told me that. I'm not making this up. And Bill said to me, I asked him, he said he didn't think so, he didn't know. I said, well, mate, just tell him to look in his safe, and I bet you he'll find something there. Now, since then, I've had a guy call me from a Western university, and he said, look, if you've got any hair, we'll take a little piece of it, we'll destroy it, you won't get it back, but I can tell you what they eat. And at that point in time, this is probably 20 years ago, I didn't really care what aliens ate. It wasn't high on my agenda to find out, like it wasn't going to change the world. People say they like ice cream and strawberries. I don't know, but yeah, yeah. I've had a few requests, but everybody wants their hands on the hair sample, and there's only a little bit left. There's not that much left. It's just one piece left. I've got it in between glass, so at least people can have a look at it and see it. But yep, the hair's definitely still there. I've still got a bit of the sample. And you know what? I could have kept the hair sample, the whole thing, and not get it tested, and I would have had the whole hair, but we would never have known what it was.
It's right, yeah. Fair enough,
And
yeah.
okay, I took a risk. We lost a bit of the hair, we lost the root, we lost a bit of the shaft, but at least there's still a bit of hair there, but then it's got the DNA to back it. That's
Yeah.
better than having the hair there and not knowing.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what else we got here? So I've got another one here going back to the David Grush here. Jetty's asking, could Grush be set up for a false flag just for military funding? So what's your personal opinions on
Without a
that?
doubt. Without a doubt. I've thought about that. And you know what? You're right. I like the words you set up, because I don't think he's doing it to fool anyone or um, pull the wool over our eyes or anything. I think he genuinely thinks the information he was given is correct. and maybe someone is doing that to him, because there's a lot of bigger players at play here than Gresh and the people that are up front and
Oh
centre.
yeah.
Yeah, but no, good question, and I think that there's a big possibility that could be the case.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see where it goes from there. Really, to be honest.
yeah. I would
Yeah,
like to
here's hoping it's
see.
going on the right
Look,
path.
if I'm going to go to government, Senate inquiry or whatever, I'm going to go there with more than what people have told me. He
Mm.
claims he has seen documents, but at the same time, if he shows one of those documents, he could get locked up. He could lose his pension. There's secret things that are sworn to that they can't breach, and they're still under that. He can't just basically put a gun to his head and say, "Hey guys, here's the evidence," but bang, I'm out of here. I'm dead. Like, I'm gone. You can't do that. You kill your career. You kill your future. You kill your family, basically. And but I do think there's a possibility that something sinister's at play, and setting up for some false, and
Yeah.
um,
Yeah. People claim the Project Blue Book or Blue Beam or whatever it is. That
blue beam. Yeah,
fake invasion. Bloody, I don't know. We'll see where we
yeah.
go with
But you know
that.
what? I think also that's a cop out too. That's for people who were, I hear that a lot from people who are religious. I think that's a cop out. Once again, a UFO, an alien, will come and land in their backyard. I shouldn't have said that then, because it recently happened. And okay, the Las
Yeah. Yes,
Vegas
dude.
thing. Yeah, but it can happen. It can land in their backyard, and they're still going to say, "No, no, that wasn't real. That was, Project Bluebeam and that." You're never going to convince them. If people have this conspiracy stuff that they think the government has a conspiracy against the people to do that. Let's wait and see when it happens. Is it going to be holograms and they disappear,
Mm.
like the one the Pope? He's on the balcony talking, turns around and disappears. That they admitted that was a hologram. Apparently, had a hard day at work and needed to do that. But there's possibilities for it. I get it. I understand. But when it happens, we'll know if it's holograms or if it's fake. Because I'll tell you now, they're not going to have a fleet of aliens and fake biological entities out there, EBEs that are all over the place, all over the world. Um, I think people might have to come to the conclusion that it might be real. And, when let's look, I'm hopeful, and I'm hopeful it's a positive thing. But I'm also open-minded enough to think that, there could be sinister things at play as well.
Mm. Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. So I've got another question here from Jane. Says, have you ever gone to a medium psychic and see what they can pick up about the alien entities to see if you had a previous life as an alien?
Yes, I have. Interesting, very interesting question, and interesting experiences I've had. Um, a quick story. I was at a meeting, at a UFO meeting once, and there was a lady speaking. She was a psychic, a clairvoyant psychic. She was speaking, and I went to the meeting, and for some reason, it was the same group that refused Bill Chalker entry to theirs. That's the group that I actually named. Refused me entry. A couple of their members didn't want me to go in, and I almost got to the point where if someone touched me, they were going to go down about 30 steps. It was a long flight, and I just thought it's going to hurt when you end up down there, because I don't get pushed around or bullied. But anyway, that person, she was speaking at that. She was the main speaker, and she actually came out and she said, "Why aren't you allowing Peter in?" And I didn't know who she was. Like, I never met her. She said, "Why are you letting Peter in?" I said, "We don't want him in." And she said, "Well, if he leaves, I leave." So they were forced to let me in. And later on, we were talking, and she said, "Your second name's Khoury, eh?" I went, "Yeah." She goes, "Do you know a Sam Khoury?" I went, "No, actually." I just off the cuff, I thought, another Sam. I said, "Yeah, my oldest brother's name's Sam." And she was like, "Oh, did he used to drive a taxi?" No, yeah. She goes, "I dated your brother." We went out, we dated. I said, "Well, you didn't introduce me to you. It mustn't have been long." She goes, "Oh, about 6 months." And while she was in the taxi with my brother, that's how they met. his wife had been murdered for 2 years before. She got murdered. It was a long story, but that's why I have issues with the Lebanese Catholic Church and that. They tried to cover it up because it was one of the teachers that killed her. But anyway, long story, affected the family a lot. But anyway, she said, "Oh, I was in the taxi and I could feel his tension, the poor guy." And she said to him, "Don't worry, give it 3 years." She goes, "I'm sitting in the back seat," and I just said to him, "Don't worry, give it 3 years. She needs 3 years to get over, what she's done in that, and then she'll communicate with you." And he goes, "What are you talking about?" And she goes, "You've lost someone recently." And he goes, "Actually, yeah, I lost my wife." So they ended up become friends and they dated. So one day she sends me this letter, and it was a psychic readout for me. And it was so accurate, and predicted things that happened. And oh my God, and at times my ex-partner, my ex-wife and I would sit down, we go, wow. And then I'd ring her and I'd say, 10 years ago, you said this would happen in this letter, and it's happened. It's happened recently, and now I'm looking at the letter, and it was like a checklist every now and then. I got to say, she was bloody good. She was really good. But no one has. I've spoken to a couple of psychics now, but no one has. They say to me, "Oh, you've got beings around you. They protect you." I've had a couple of psychics come up to me and tell me they saw my guardian angel sitting on my shoulder. That was the first time I ever spoke, was at the State Library, where Ross is going to be speaking in October. Ross Coulthard speaking there. And it'll bring back a lot of memories for me, because that was the first place we held our first inaugural meeting, and we subsequently held meetings there for the next 2 or 3 years. And then a new manager came in, and what we were paying $280 for, she wanted $4,000 for, so we had to move somewhere else. But yeah, first time I spoke publicly, I was petrified. I never spoke publicly anywhere, and I was umming and ahhing most of the way through it. But this guy come up to me and he said, "Your second name, Khoury." He goes, "Do you know it means priestly?" I said, "Yeah, Khoury in Lebanese is priest. It means priest." And I said, "My great-grandfather was a bishop or something, I don't know, or high up in the church. So that's what they used to call us the Khoury family, you know." And he goes, "Mate, I saw a hooded, like a Saint Charbel, or, a hooded being, a small one." He goes, "Sitting on your shoulder. It's protecting you. It's your guardian angel." I was like, okay, I had people standing in queue wanting an autograph or to chat or to talk, question. So I just sort of brushed it. About 5, 6 people down, a lady comes up to me. She gives me a letter, an envelope. She goes, "Take this, don't open it till you get home." I go, okay. Now, these people weren't together, because I could see where the guy was sitting and I didn't see her next to him. So they weren't together. Anyway, I put the letter in my pocket. I come home. I opened the letter. I've still got it right here. I've got it in my filing cabinet. I opened this paper, and it's got exactly very similar to what that guy described. A black figure in a robe with their face, and it's small. And she goes, "It was sitting on your shoulder." I was like, damn,
That's spooky.
It is spooky, yeah. And they're the closest things I've come to a psychic, commenting or saying something that it triggered something in me. But other than that, I don't. I think a lot of psychics. I'm sorry, I'm going to say this. I think a lot of psychics are fraudulent. There's a handful that are good, and far in between. You got to. If you find a good one, good luck to you. But there's a lot of fraudulent ones out there, and I don't feel the need to go and do all that. I'm just content. I'm happy that I've had these experiences. They've changed my life for the better. They've made me a better person, a better thinker, a different way of thinking. My whole attitude has changed. I just want to help people understand this now. Yeah, maybe answers like that will come down the track. Who knows? But I don't pursue it. I don't chase it. I don't, every psychic I see, I try and get info. I'm not like that.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It sort of makes you wonder too, like, what the hell is with the world? Like, you look at the paranormal side of things there, you got the alien kind of thing, you got Yowies, you got people with these abilities or psychic abilities or telekinesis of some sort of nature, like they can
Yeah,
predict things. Like, what is going on with this concept of the world that we're so blinded from in our normal world? Like, why is this a thing?
yeah. We've gone away from all that.
Yeah.
It's I honestly I think all the things that would have made us better humans, we've completely gone away from, and everything that makes us, turns us into. I mean, look at the world we live in. Look at what we were talking before. COVID, people started bashing each other over toilet paper for Christ's
Mm.
sake. You know, geez, what did the humanity do before toilet paper was invented? Like,
Squat and shit wherever they want.
well, there was ways to clean yourself. You wash yourself. It's not the end of the world if there's no toilet paper. Put it that way. There's other things you can use. A lot of towels around in the world and things like you don't have to bash someone over a roll of toilet paper.
Yeah.
Um, that's where our mindset's gone. It's not. You're not thinking about the next person, or you're not thinking about the other person, and I think that's what they want. The governments want that. They want us. They want to separate families. They don't want to break the family unit. They want to do. It's all about struggles to pay your mortgage. And look now, where we're living in the world now, where mortgage is skyrocketing. I heard today that 22,000 houses went up for sale in the last month or two because of the interest rate. People are losing their livelihoods. They're losing their homes. Um, they got more issues to deal with than UFO stuff. Like when a
Yeah.
guy's losing his house, he's going to lose his family. Last thing on his mind is UFOs and the UFO disclosure in America and what they're reporting and that. But the ones who are into the topic and are interested, yeah, it's high up on their agenda. We think major changes are coming in the world, but that's if they let it happen.
No, that's right. It's like pretty much divide and conquer and keep them all stamped
Yeah,
down, isn't it?
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Like I sort of blame. I don't know. I'm gonna offend probably a few people here there on a religious basis, but I don't really care. It's pretty much the truth of what's happened in the world history. But I blame the Catholic Church and the Roman Empire for what's happened in the world.
100%.
It destroyed, well, because they were trying to take over the whole entire world. And it's pretty much continued from there on
Yeah.
just in a different sort of sense. Like we think we're in was it a democracy, but really we're not really.
No. Well, we don't live in a democracy. We live in a controlled world where, mate, we like to think we've got free speech.
Yeah, nah.
So say something you believe in and see what'll happen.
Mention
Say
COVID
something
on
you
bloody,
believe in.
YouTube.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Exactly. That's the thing. That's the world we live in these days, where everybody's scared of offending someone because everybody is so easily offended.
Yeah.
I mean, geez, man, I grew up in this country. I got called WOG, 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 not WOC,
Oh, no. Oh,
WOG.
I'm getting done for Facebook now, you watch.
Mate, no, I'm talking about me. This is me. I got
Oh,
called
yeah, but
WOG.
it's on Facebook now, but, Facebook's gonna get me for that.
Oh,
Because the
mate,
word
I'm
"wog."
talking about myself and my experiences. But you know what? It never affected me. I never needed counseling. I never went crying and, suffered depression because someone called me a wog. So what? You
Yeah.
know,
That
I
was the
was
thing
new
back
to
in
the
the '90s,
country.
though.
But I was new to the country. Back in those days, the term wog, sometimes it was used as an affectionate way too. Like my
Yeah.
teacher, he used to teach at school, and he's my friend. He became my daughter's godfather. And he makes comments like, "Hey, when you come down to Cronulla, make sure you bring your passport." I think it's really funny. I do. I think it's really funny. And uh, I'm not easily offended when it comes to that stuff and that, but I do get offended when exactly what you mentioned before, when the church embellishes things and. But yeah, mate, I'm thick-skinned, I guess. I've been through a lot in my life, and I should have been dead probably 3 or 4 times. And when I say dead, I'm talking paper thin close,
Mm.
And I've been lucky enough, and that's where I think, yeah, I do have something guiding over me. Call it a guardian angel, call it whatever, but um, I've had some really dicey situations where I could have easily been killed, and it would have just taken a hairline, trigger to do it. And I've survived it. And I think what doesn't kill you is true; it makes you stronger. And same thing with the UFO topic and the abduction topic. What doesn't crush you and kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of questions I'd love to ask them, and a lot of people ask me with the 92, did you ask them where they were from, or did you, communicate with them? I was in too much shock to want to know where they came from. I was like thinking, how the hell did you come into my house, first of all? But that's what I was thinking. I think they could pick on that because it's more telepathic. And when I was thinking to myself, how the hell did you get in here? Like, you know, um, they could hit, they knew what I was thinking. They knew. But,
Yeah.
they got in there because they can, and they got out because they can. I didn't see them open my front door and leave. So they they do have a different control of our environment. We can't do the things they do.
No, that's right. And that's what makes this whole thing scary. Like I was saying before, they don't care who you are, where you are, whatever you're
That's
doing
right.
there. If they want to take you or do whatever they need to do to you, they're going to do it. And
That's right.
to
Yeah.
me, that is the most frightening whole concept of when it comes to talking about UFOs and abductions. Um,
Yeah.
obviously people have scarier encounters there. Others have like a bit more pleasant ones there. Doesn't matter what sort of regard you want to think of it, but like to me, either way, it's still a scary concept because you have no idea it's
Yeah.
happening, or you have a small
Mate,
recollection of something's happened.
whether you're a policeman, whether you're a politician, whether you're a garbo, whether doesn't matter, anything. If they want you for their purpose, for their agenda, whatever it is, they're going to take you. They're not going to go, oh, this guy's a politician, leave him alone, or this guy's a doctor. Look, I had a doctor involved in the group. His daughter was born with a hole in her head, sorry, in a skull, internal thing, and never caused her any problems, but he knew it was alien related. And then anytime he'd take her through an airport or anything, alarm would go off. They were setting alarms left, right, and center. And he was affected by it differently. And he's a doctor. He's a doctor, and he struggled with it. I'll be honest with you, he struggled with it. And I think the more you're into that regimented way of thinking, and you have your boundaries, and nothing is outside of that, I think it's harder to deal with this sort of topic. But
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, and he was experiencing things himself, but because he was a doctor, I think he thought, oh, should I even be taking this on board? But he couldn't deny it. And recently, probably when I say recently, compared to when the group started in '93, few years ago, he actually called me to see how I was and what was happening, and he actually brought up the fact that you remember me talking to you about my daughter, and me because my daughter still she's having experiences, and he's having experiences, and he's a Greek guy, Greek background. Um, so yeah, mate, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter who you are.
yeah, yeah. So just gonna check in, see if we're still alive, still going.
Well, thank you, Facebook, for not
Yeah,
cutting us off.
yeah. To keep us going. Well, mate, look, hang on, now I've got something here coming in the comments here quickly. Yeah. I'll just read this through here because it's a fair comment. This one. The abduction experiences I had are very similar to the ones discussed by Peter, and they started around the same time. The small figures that shows up. The small figures around the bed, paralysis, and telepathic communications. A voice from a tall female telling me to relax. We won't hurt you. Everything will be okay, and we will bring you back. Don't worry, etc. The strange vibrating through the wall and into unconsciousness. similarly every 4 years or so, and the meeting with a child that they said was meant to be a joyous occasion. I can't see who the Facebook user is because they're obviously going through the Australian UFO sightings group page, which is a private one, so it won't show your name there until you click
Mm.
the
That's it. That's an interesting comment, actually.
yeah,
That's an interesting comment.
and that's what I mean. Like these things are happening all around the world, and I don't care who you are, but there's so much reports of people, coming forward with these experiences there, and yet like
Yeah.
you say before, no one wants to go and touch it. No one wants to go and investigate into this in a more critical analysis.
Look, Anthony, can you imagine there were people around the world report the same amount of people.
Oh, we've lost you. Hang on.
Imagine
What's happening?
people were reporting
Oh,
a
we lost you
mental
for a
health.
second there, mate.
Yeah. Can you imagine people reporting like a mental health issue thing? There'd be a million people jumping
Yeah,
on that. Oh, because it's mental health. That's the black dog thing. All these. Oh, ask them, are you okay? Are you okay?
yeah.
Well, this experience affected me positively, but it's affected a lot of other people negatively. And I've had people crying, mate, like because they've gone through this and they don't want to deal with it. They can't deal with it. Not that they don't want to, they can't. And where are the people, where are the professionals who are supposed to be there for these people? Like, not everybody that reports this is having delusions or should be
No,
in a
they're not.
mental institution. Look, early on when I started the support group, I had a young kid. I think he was about 19 years old. He was a very, very well uh, known, not known, but up and coming pianist, very good at playing the piano. And he went and made the mistake. He said, that's how he put it to me. He said, I made the mistake of talking to my family because I couldn't talk to anyone else. And the family thought he was going crazy. So they took him to his doctor. The doctor, without even hearing the whole story, instantly signed him in to a mental institution. Now, the doctor used to go and watch this kid at his concerts performing, playing the piano, and he thought he was a great, genius kid. And as soon as the kid mentioned beings in the room or aliens, that doctor put him in a mental institution. That kid sent me a letter, and I believe it was from while he was in the mental institution. He was so suicidal. He was at breaking point where no one, he goes, not my family, not my doctor, believe me. And at the end of the letter, he actually said, Peter, please believe me, I am having these experiences. And I have no doubt that he was, but because he reported it and spoke to the wrong people, well, family shouldn't be the wrong people. But you know
Mm,
what? I didn't really confide in my family when it happened. The 88 stuff at my parents, they witnessed, my brother witnessed it, but I didn't confide in them and go and say, oh, look, even that night when I asked my brother, when I walked out of the room and woke up my dad and then woke up my brother, well, couldn't wake up my dad, my brother and I eventually woke him up. I asked my brother, like, you know, how long has it been since I've been in the room? And even his reply was like 15 minutes, but a couple of hours had gone by because we noticed the TV screen had become, back then the station would close and then you'd get like a test pattern or a song about my
oh, yeah.
city of Sydney would come up. Yeah. And that's how we sort of worked out that there was that missing, there was some missing time. It had 11:15 and now it's, 2:45 or nearly 3 o'clock. So there was some gap in between what we thought was 15 minutes, but it was a lot longer than that. Um, Honestly, like if you're living in someone's house and they walk out into the room and go, guess what? I just had these beings in my room and that, your family going to laugh at you. Even if they know you well, they're
Mm,
going to laugh. They're going to think, come on, you were dreaming. And I can understand that. It's hard to understand this unless you're going through it.
yeah.
Um, I just think there's enough evidence out there. There's enough cases out there for people in the field, professional people who are supposed to be helping people who are dealing with issues, help them deal with this. Why is it just, can you imagine in 12 months' time, it all comes out and then I think that's what American government's scared of, class action.
Mm.
millions, hundreds of people getting together and suing the governments because of the
I've thought about
negligence.
that too, but it'd be hard to do though because there's no evidence and everything that's happening.
Well, look at the Cash Lundgren case, where the two older ladies and the young grandson, and they saw that diamond-shaped object escorted by, I think it was 12, if not more, Chinook helicopters, and they got
Mm.
affected from the radiation and so on. And one of them eventually died of cancer. The other one died later. The little kid suffered as well from radiation burns and stuff. They took that case to court, and it got thrown out
Mm.
because they said, oh, they didn't have enough evidence. Um, and that's another thing that I hate. You can be a witness in a court of law, and on your evidence, on your eyewitness, I'm an eyewitness, I saw this happen. Someone can get convicted and sent to jail for the evidence that you were given. I'm an eyewitness. This guy is a credible
Yeah.
eyewitness. He saw you pull the trigger, or he saw you throw a knife at some person that ended up killing. You walk out of that court and you look up out, you stand outside on the steps of the court, look up and see UFO in the sky, go back into that court and say, I just saw a UFO in the sky, you'll get discredited.
Mm. Yeah.
No one will believe you. Where 5 minutes before someone got convicted on your evidence. Yep. But then when you go and tell your story about something that happened to you that people don't, understand, you get discredited. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's stupid how the world works that way.
Yeah, look,
It is absolutely stupid.
what I'm a bit happy about with my stuff is that I do work with a lot of young people and different cultures, different religions. And at first, they might hear about my story or hear, oh, Peter's been abducted by it, or Peter thinks he's been abducted by it, and they snicker and they'll go, oh, Peter must be crazy. But once they get to know me and once they see how I operate and that, and they look into the case, I'll win them over. I'll always win them over. I've had a couple of crank calls, where they're going, I can see your phone. I know they're idiots. Like, I just hang up. But other than that, maybe 2 or 3 times that's happened. But other than that, it's always been a positive thing with me where people's reaction to my story is, Peter, even if I don't believe this, I believe you. And that to me means a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, mate, look, we've gone for about 4.5 hours practically.
Wow,
This call.
really? Gee,
Yeah.
time flies when you're having fun. It's 10,
Then what?
10:30.
Yeah, we started at about 6 o'clock there, and then we had a bit of a hiccup there with YouTube
Yeah,
doing
that's
its
right. We kicked
business,
off
and
a
then
bit later.
we kicked off about
Wow.
6:30. So yeah, we're going 4.5 hours, mate. That's a
They
record for
say
me.
time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, mate.
Jeez.
Mate, look, I can't
Well, I hope I
appreciate your
didn't
time
bore
enough.
your listeners. I hope I didn't bore your listeners to death. Sorry, I just spoke over them. I hope I didn't bore your listeners to death because 4.5 hours is a long time.
Yeah, it is, mate. I think everyone's going to thoroughly enjoy this. They're going to look at the time frame of this episode and go, "You're kidding? 4 hours? What? No way!" Anyway,
Maybe do it in 2 parts or something. I don't know, but
I've thought about it. I was like, "Nah,
well,
bugger. They
there's a
can.
lot
Well,
of
they can go
content
back
there.
to it."
There's a lot of content there. They can listen to a lot of things,
There
and
is.
I should have kept it chronological order, but I jump around. I'm just I try and cover bits and then try and explain why I'm jumping, but that probably took us off track a bit. But I hope your listeners enjoyed it and they get something out of it, especially the ones who've had an experience. I hope it gives them a bit of strength and just dig deep, go
Yeah.
look into your case, like investigate it, research it. And if you haven't had an experience, look at someone else's cases and investigate and research. I'm not the only one out there, but I'm probably one of the outspoken ones. But I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who would love to tell their story given an opportunity.
Oh, absolutely, man. Look, the best thing about this too is like if they listen to your story there, I just hope it's going to encourage a lot more people to come out and be a lot more open and more
That was always
forthcoming with
my
their experience there.
intention.
So, mate, that's exactly.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I hope it's going to take effect too. And this is part of why I love doing what I do here, and I
yeah,
hope to try and encourage more people to come forward and bring out more of the reality, what the hell is going on behind these scenes of
yeah,
normal
yeah,
reality. So,
definitely.
mate, thanks so much for coming on, mate. I appreciate your time so much there, mate.
Pleasure, pleasure.
Are you open for people to come and get in contact with you at all, or
Yeah,
I know you got the
anytime, yeah,
support
not a
group there. Like,
problem. I'm
where
on
can people find
Facebook.
you?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook. Our website is playing up at the moment. Because I hurt my back, I was out of action for 3 weeks. We're going to get back into it. and try and rebuild it. I think it's been hacked 3 times over the years, and where the domain, it's still there, but we've got to rebuild everything. So I'll get all that going. But yeah, on Facebook, or I mean, they can. I think my phone number's out there anyway on the anything to do with the UFO Experience Support Association.
Yep.
I'm happy for them to give me a call. They can find me. People can find me and text me, and I'll get in touch with them.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I'll throw some links up there, and if you want, I can even put your phone number up on the link for
Yeah,
this episode if you're
yeah.
happy to do
That's not
that.
a problem.
If
That's
you're
not a
open to that.
problem.
Hopefully we won't get too many prank calls, but you know.
Nah, mate, it doesn't worry me. Over the years, I've probably had, I'd say, 3 or 4 prank calls. That's not bad.
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah,
awesome, mate. Look, it's just it's absolutely amazing too that you're actually so open to like providing a phone number and actually willing to talk to people, mate. That's like that's probably one of the biggest things of doing what you do, mate. I think
yeah,
that's absolutely
mate.
incredible.
Yeah, that's why I started doing all this to, help encourage people. So, hiding your phone number isn't going to help encourage anyone. So, yeah, if they want to get in touch with me, by all means.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, mate. That's absolutely fantastic. Again, mate, I can't appreciate your time enough there, mate, especially with 4.5 hours doing
Mate,
this,
thank you.
It's
Thank you. Because honestly, yeah, 4.5 is a lot of your time as well. And I really appreciate you giving me that time. But yeah, and as I said to you, anytime you're in Sydney, you got a place to stay.
I appreciate it, mate, and definitely gonna take you up on that offer there at some point there because I've got plans for
Do
the
that.
future for this thing, and
I was
hopefully we'll make it
hoping
happen
you'd
there.
come down to the Ross Coulthard thing next month, and you're welcome to stay. You won't have to pay accommodation anyway.
Ah, that's fine. I'm not worried about that, mate. Look, I'll still pay my way either way, mate. I won't take a freebie out of you. But you know, I'd love to have come down, but unfortunately, time and yeah, it's
Yeah,
just not gonna
I
happen.
understand.
It's unfortunate, but mate, I appreciate the offer, mate. Either way.
No
But yeah, again,
worries.
mate, thank you very much. Any final quick words before you want to go there?
No, as I said, if anybody wants to contact me and have a chat, feel free to do so. You know.
Yeah, no worries at all. Right, mate. I'll leave you to it, mate. Thank you very much, mate, and I'll talk to you soon, mate. Appreciate it.
Good. Thank you, mate, and good night.
Cheers, mate. Night.
Bye.
And that will do it, folks, for this episode. I hope you enjoyed the show. And don't forget, if you or someone you know has had an encounter, please get in touch with me to be featured on the podcast. If you're a fan of the show, you can support the podcast by purchasing some awesome merchandise that's available on our online store via the link provided in the episode description. So thanks for tuning in, and I look forward to seeing you on the next Encounter Down Under. Hooroo!